Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. If you can't deal with the immaturity of the first few books or so, feel free to just skip to book 3 or 4 lol. I wrote the first couple when I was like 13, so that's why it's so immature. Also remember that Daisy is 11 in this book, so of course she'd be immature. Obviously I'd love it if you read all the books, and it would probably be beneficial to read the whole series, but I absolutely do not blame you if you can't vibe with immature writing and want to just skip ahead to more mature stuff. Also, this is mainly a Fred Weasley love story, if you don't like Fred or fanfics. About Fred you'd probably be best not reading. At the minute, I'm still writing book 5, and the main pairing is Fred and Daisy. This might change as I continue writing the books, it might not, it most likely won't, but who knows. While I make Daisy have sometimes brief and sometimes long romances with other characters like Draco and Hermione, just keep in mind if you don't like the Weasley twins lol. But who doesn't, am I right? Anyway, please leave comments where you can. I love hearing what makes you guys laugh or feel sad or hot. Haha, but you might find you like stuff in book 4 onwards. But comments really inspire me and I read every single comment I receive. It makes me happy to know my stuff is being read by you awesome people. What if Harry Potter had a twin sister? Would she be the troublemaker of the school, like her father, and befriend the Weasley twins and Peeves? You bet. Would the prophecy change? Would she fall in love with her brother's enemy, Draco Malfoy? Or fall in love with her best friend, Terry Boot? Or her female rival, Hermione Granger, or a ridiculously famous Wizarding band member, Kylie Ford? Or maybe even Fred Weasley, one of the only 2 pranksters on her level? Read to find out. Let me tell you, if Harry Potter had a twin sister, all hell would break loose. Love interests Terry, Draco, Fred, George, maybe Tom, Hermione, Ginny, Pansy, Kylie. Yeah bitches, she's bi. Just as a disclaimer, most of this series was written a few years ago, and some of these authors' notes you may see are also years old. I'm uploading these to different fanfiction sites to see if there's more interaction anywhere else than Wattpad, as this was originally posted on Wattpad, where I had a good reader base. However, after my hiatus most of them are gone and interactions are slow. I'm continuing on the series because I reread it and I realized how much I missed writing it. So I'm back from my hiatus and will be continuing on the 4th installment of Daisy Potter this year. In fact, I'm nearly finished it and I'll be on to the 5th. There'll be several more books to come, as I have plans for this series. Don't worry, the writing will get a lot more mature as you progress through the books. I do understand the first 3 books might seem immature, but I was practically a baby when I wrote them. Thanks for reading and supporting. Just because she gets in a relationship with someone doesn't mean she won't break up with them, and just because she loves someone doesn't mean their relationship won't end in some way. Book song. I Really Like You by Carly Rae Jepsen. Warning. Hell of a lot of swearing and sexual references, amount increases with each. Well, hello darling. Aunt Petunia simpered when I came down the stairs. PFF'd. She's always simpering. Well, hello Aunt Petunia. I simpered back at her. She smiled at me. For some unknown reason, she adores me, but hates my brother. It's so weird. Like, she gave me and my cousin Dudley a room each. We are like super best friends XD, and forced Harry, my twin, he's only 5 hours older than me, but still thinks he's better, to live in the cupboard under the stairs. I've tried and tried to persuade Uncle Vernon, who also loves me more than Harry, to let him move into my room. You know, bunk beds, but to no avail. They really do hate him. Sit down and have some bacon, dear. So I sat down next to my cousin Dudley. He and I really are very good chums. Hey, Big D, I grinned. Hey, Little D, he grinned back. So, last day. I know what you're thinking, Daisy. Havoc, we both shouted, to Aunt Petunia's adoring look. So, I lowered my voice to a whisper. You got the fun snaps. Yup, you got the firecrackers. Indeed. So we're all set, then. Yes, I squealed. What about the pig's ear? Harry's got it. And you the maggots. Yeah, permanent markers. Yeah, And you sure you know how to hack the school computers? Definitely. We high-fived. Then Harry came in. Aunt Petunia didn't offer him any bacon, so I did. He sat down next to me. So, you got it all sorted, then? Harry grinned. Of course. I smirked at the of the teachers trying to sort it all out at the end of school. I swept back my long curly black hair. Harry and I look identical, though I don't need glasses, which is odd. What's also odd is we have the exact same lightning bolt scar on the exact same place on our foreheads. I've got the pig's ear. Excellent. Right, Aunt Petunia, we'd better be off so we get to school on time. I grinned. Of course, dear. Have a nice day, she gushed. Make sure you cause chaos at that school, you two, like I brought you up to do. You show them teachers. Uncle Vernon chuckled. Uncle Vernon, I called. Bye, Mum, Dad. Dudley did the same. Harry walked out without saying anything, only giving the Dursleys a dirty look. That's my brother. I mean, they're nice enough to me, but when they're mean to my brother. But they have no idea what we're really going to do. When we arrived at the school, my 3 best friends, Hannah, Megan, and Sasha bounded out. They all had massive grins on their faces. This is going to be phenomenal. Hannah shrieked. And extraordin Harry. Megan yelled. And Amazane. Sasha screamed. Did I mention that they were, what do you call it? Directioners. I know, right, I laughed. Then Piers, Dudley's friend, came tearing out as well. This is going to be, I winced, thinking of another 1D phrase. Awesome. I sighed in relief. I mean, I love One Direction and all. But my 3 girlfriends are a bit over-obsessed. So we went inside. Well, sneaked. We sneaked up to the computer lab and switched round all the timetables on the teachers' computers. Hee. Then we sat in our classroom and waited. Several teachers came to our room, checked the time, saw our chattering class, and left. Eventually, our right teacher came. Then, in our period 2 class, Harry and I set the presents on the teacher's desk. The teacher came in, saw the presents, and opened them. Out fell maggots and a pig's ear. The entire class laughed at him with maggots wriggling around in his lap. And a pig's ear on his desk. Then, at break, I hit the fire alarm. Everyone was made to go outside. The teachers were in a panic because nobody they knew had hit it, and it was pandemonium. I love pandemonium. Then, as 3 got out the fun snaps and flicked them at people. They burst in their faces. It was hilarious. Then, in our second to last class, we sneaked out to go to the bathrooms, and instead placed post-it notes on all the doors, saying, last period class, please go to, and then a classroom number, so that everyone was lead around school on their search for the right classroom. We just sat there in the right class, sniggering, and waiting for the others to turn up. Then we set off firecrackers in the gym when it was home time. Then we drew on the walls in permanent marker. It was bloody hilarious. You should really try it. Dudley, Harry and I were now legends forever in that school. It was Dudley's birthday. Happy birthday, Duds, I shrieked, flying down the stairs and hugging him. He grinned. After he had opened all his presents, Piers arrived, and we all piled into the car to go to the zoo. After we had gone to all the reptile house. There was a massive snake that looked like it was sleeping, but it actually wasn't. Dudley and Piers had moved on, thinking it was. Harry and I stayed there. It must be so boring for him. Having to stay in here all the time, with people goggling at him. Harry murmured, "It isssss." Harry and I looked round in shock. Did you just talk? I asked it. Yes. Cool. I grinned. Awesome. Harry exclaimed. So, where have you come from? The snake jerked its tail at the sign next to it. Ah, what is it like in Brazil? Is it nice there? Harry asked. It jerked its tail at the sign again. Oh, bred in captivity. Well, that sucks, I said. It does. Dad, look what that snake's doing. Dudley yelled, sprinting over to us. Well, waddling quickly, he pushed Harry aside and he fell to the floor. Dudley, I fumed. How dare he shove my brother? Dudley pressed his nose against the glass. Then the glass shattered. Shards of glass flew everywhere and one cut his nose. I knew that it was me who shattered it, somehow, not Dudley's immense weight pressing against it. We were all sitting at home. Dudley had had stitches on his nose. Then the post came through the post box. "Dudley, get the post," Uncle Vernon said. "Make Daisy get it." He grinned at me. "Daisy, get the post." "Sure, Uncle V." I beamed, then glared at Dudley as I walked out the door. I picked up the post. 2 chunky letters got my attention. One in particular, since it said, "Daisy Potter 2nd bedroom, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey," and the other one I thought a bit odd. Was someone stalking us? Harry Potter. The cupboard under the stairs, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. I wandered back into the kitchen, handed out the bills and other stuff, and gave Harry his letter, and looked at mine closer. It had a strange seal on the back. A crest, with 4 animals and a banner underneath saying, "Draco, Dormiens, Nunquam, Titalandus." It had a big letter, H, on it. Strange. I was about to open it when Uncle Vernon said, "What's that, Daisy?" "A letter," I said absent-mindedly. Aunt Petunia gasped. "No." She snatched the letter out of my hand. Then did the same to Harry. You can't have them." She gasped, her eyes wide. So, guys, hope you like this first chapter, laughing face. Chapter 2, receiving the best letter ever. Our baseless 2-star review won't stop me uploading, hung winking face. I stared at Aunt Petunia. "Aunt Petunia, no, you can't have it. It's just addressed wrongly," she said. Addressed wrongly. Addressed wrongly. How can it be? It's got our exact address on it, where my bedroom is, and my name." I exclaimed. "What are you trying to keep from me?" I asked shrewdly, studying Aunt Petunia. "Nothing, dear, nothing. Now, let's see. Yes, there are no decent girls' schools anywhere nearby, so your uncle and I decided to send you to St. Marigold's," she said fondly, trying to change the subject. It worked. "What, Dudley?" Harry and I yelled in unison. "She can't go there. She's the best cousin ever. It would be so boring without her. She's my twin. My twin. You can't just send her away from me." "I am not going to an all-girls stupid boarding school. That's ridiculous. I won't go." "Enough, children," Uncle Vernon shouted. We all fell silent. "She's going. It's for her own good. It's luxurious, and it will offer her a great education. It will ensure her a place in Cambridge. But I don't want to be separated from my friends, my cousin and my twin. My brother," I insisted. "I want to have fun. It won't be any fun if you send me to an all-girls school. Some girls are catty if there's no boys around. You're going and that's that. Just be grateful we aren't sending you to Stonewall, like him." Aunt Petunia said. "Yeah, what's with that? Why do you hate on Harry so much?" I demanded. "None of your business," Uncle Vernon said. "You are going," Aunt Petunia said softly. I stood up, then walked out. What could be in that letter that could get them so worked up? I'd been wondering that all night. I couldn't sleep. It was 1:30 in the morning, and I was lying spread-eagled on my bed in my normal clothes. I wouldn't go. I'd find a way out of this, even if I had to take Harry and run away. It'd suck, having to leave Big D behind, but if we took him, his TS would be sure to look desperately for us. 1, I wasn't that mean to his parents, and 2, if we needed to run, he probably would not get too far, no offense to him. But if it was just me and Harry, they'd be glad to get rid of him. It would be the perfect excuse to get him out of the house once and for all. Yes, they'd have to do it at a cost, not looking for me, but they probably hates Harry enough to leave us alone. Yes, I'd do that. I'd try to persuade them otherwise, though. No point leaving if I could stay. I was staying with Harry, whether they liked it or not. The next morning, I told my plan to Harry, who nodded grimly and was happy enough to proceed. He hated the Dursleys. He was happy about it. I didn't tell Dudley. He'd probably try to follow us. Another 2 letters came through the letter box. Uncle Vernon ripped them up and threw them in the fire, with Harry and me watching. Then, when I'd found the pair of them in the same room together, Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and I shouted and screamed the house down about St. Marigold's. It ended with me storming out, them adamant about their side of the argument, and packing my bags. I packed a small bag for Harry when I sneaked down to his cupboard. And it was kinda sad to see that my twin brother had only a few possessions. Harry was out being forced to work in the garden. When I stormed out the door with all my bags and Harry's, Uncle Vernon stepped in front of me eyeing my bags. "Where do you think you're going?" he demanded. "Nowhere," I said, stepping round him and continuing walking to Harry. "What's all those bags for, then?" "Nothing. Tell me." "I'm leaving." "All right. I'm not going to St. Marigold's," I shrieked. I ended up being locked in my room, Harry screaming for Uncle Vernon to let me out, Dudley shouting that this wasn't fair, and Uncle Vernon successfully yelled at them both to shut up. I was feeling so angry, I just directed my anger at Uncle Vernon, and I heard him yelling in pain on the landing. I peered through the keyhole and saw him writhing on the ground, his face contorted in pain. I felt so much power. I can make him hurt. I can make all of them hurt if I want to. I wouldn't be surprised if the Dursleys hated me as much as Harry then. What Uncle Vernon didn't know is that I could pick locks with almost anything. I had taken out a paper clip from my school bag, and I was jiggling it round in the lock. I got tired of this after a bit, when it was being stubborn with me, and I gathered up all my energy and released it at the keyhole. It burst, and I silently cheered. This is awesome. This magic stuff. And yeah, about cheering, I used to be a cheerleader until I decided that wearing pink and ponytails all the time does not suit me, and so Aunt Petunia signed me up for ballet classes. I was actually pretty good at both, if I did say so myself. Anyway, it was a few days later. I had picked the lock several times before to talk to Harry and Dudley. There had been more letters each day. Wow, someone's persistent. I opened the door, and sneaked down the stairs. I skipped the stairs that creaked. I paused outside the living room door. "No post on Sundays," I heard Uncle Vernon say. I smirked to myself. I don't really think that the person who's sending these letters is gonna let that stop them. Just as I thought that, I saw a rush of letters come tumbling down the chimney. I sprinted into the room and began snatching up letters and shoving them in my pockets. So far, the two adults hadn't seen me. They were too busy staring at the chimney. Dudley and Harry were doing the same as me. Then Uncle Vernon turned to Harry and began snatching them out of his hands and pockets, and trying to persuade Dudley to be behind the couch, tearing open a letter. It was mine. I began shifting the parchment out of the envelope. Wait, parchment, huh? It seemed that Aunt Petunia had snapped out of it. She was shrieking and flapping her arms around. I peeked out from behind the couch. That was a mistake. Uncle Vernon saw me and abandoned Harry. Shit, I made a break for the door. I burst through it, and he chased me down the hall. I sprinted upstairs and dove into Dudley's room. I heard him go charging down the hallway past his room. I hid some letters under his mattress. Then I snuck out and went into my room. I hid some under my mattress. Then took up the loose floorboard and hid some in there, just in case Uncle Vernon found the ones in Dudley's room. Then I snuck out again and sneaked down the stairs. Then I went into Harry's cupboard. I hid some under his mattress. Then got out one of my own and ripped it open. It read, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork, CHF Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed of Wizards. Dear Miss Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. What? Who's this Albus guy? Who's this Minerva person? A school of witchcraft and wizardry. Owl, say what? Does this mean I'm some sort of witch? And Harry, I opened one of his. His was the exact same, except for the Miss Potter thing, of course. Then the door opened and Harry flopped down on top of me. Arg. We both said simultaneously. Twin powers are awesome. Harry, meeting in Dudley's room. Now, I said, when is 3 needed to have meetings? It was almost always in this cupboard, or my room, when I needed to show them my new pranks, and sometimes in Dudley's room. I had shown them the letters and EY had agreed with me that us twins were probably a witch and wizard. But before we could really do anything other than that, Uncle Vernon told us to pack, because we were leaving. Then he dragged us out to the middle of nowhere, on an island out at sea, to a tiny, run-down shack. It was cold, and it was Harry and I's birthday in just a couple of minutes. We waited in silence, the three of us. The adults were in the other room. Then Dudley and I's watches ticked round to midnight. "Happy birthday, Daisy," Harry. Dudley whispered. "Happy birthday, Daisy," Harry hissed. "And happy birthday, Harry," I grinned. We both blew out the candles on the dust cake we had drawn in the dust. "I wish that I won't be going to St. Marigold's," I whispered under my breath, closing my eyes. Just then, there was a massive bang at the door. Chapter 3 Best Birthday I've Ever Had. I sat up and blinked. 1. How would you even get across to here? And 2. Who the heck is calling at this time o' night? Another bang sounded at the door. This time, it shuddered as if it were going to break off its hinges. Dudley, Harry and I scuttled back from it. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon came scurrying through the door, my uncle with a gun in his hand. Somehow, I don't think it would really compete with the person outside. There was another bang at the door, and this time it broke away completely and fell to the floor. A practical giant stepped onto it. He had an extremely long, messy brown beard, and matching hair. He had small, twinkling brown eyes on that massive face of his. He was wearing a very large coat, that was oversized, even on him. The guy bowed his head down low and shuffled into the hut. He picked up the door and shoved it back into place. Then he turned round. "Couldn't make us a cup o' tea, could ye? It's not been an easy journey." He walked, or rather, strode across to the sofa where Dudley was perched. "Budge up, ye great lump," Giant Guy said. Dudley shot me a terrified look, squeaked, and dropped to the floor behind Harry and I. "And here's Daisy and Harry, the twins who lived," Giant Guy exclaimed. I raised an eyebrow. Firstly, how did he know our names, and secondly, the twins who lived? "Huh," he was smiling. "Last time I saw you two, you were onny babies. Ye look lots like dad, but ye've both got mum's eyes." Uncle Vernon glared. "I demand that you leave at once, you are breaking and entering." "Ah, shut up, Dursley, ye great prune." Giant Guy reached over and bent Uncle Vernon's gun into a knot, and threw it into a corner of the room. Uncle Vernon squeaked just like Dudley had. "Anyway, twins, I got some at fair ye." Giant Guy reached into one of his many pockets and brought out a cake. It said, "Happy Birthday Daisy and Harry," in wobbly green letters. I looked up at Harry. My green eyes stared back, full of amazement, then we both looked up at Giant Guy. "Thanks," I said at the same time as Harry said, "Who are you?" We both looked at each other again. I sent him an iMessage saying, "That was rude, Harry. We have this thing where we can read each other's faces so much, and we know each other so well, we can tell what the other is thinking just by looking into their eyes," and he sent one back saying, "You're always the polite one, Daisy." He had a mocking look in his eye. I narrowed my eyes and sent him another one. "It's vice versa, you wish you had my style." The corners of Harry's mouth twitched. "You're welcome, Daisy, and of course, Harry, ye'd wanna know who I am. I'm groundskeeper at Hogwarts, Rubius Hagrid. Just call me Hagrid, everyone does. Of course, ye'd know all about Hogwarts." No, not all about Hogwarts, sorry," Harry and I said at the same time again. "We've only read the letter," I said. "And we were quite confused by it," Harry said. "Does that mean we're magic?" "Sorry," said Harry quickly, for there was a thunderous look in Hagrid's eyes. "What? No, it's that should be sorry." Hagrid turned to the adults, who shrank back into the shadows. "I knew ye weren't gettin' letters, be you? I never thought ye wouldn't even know a boo, Hogwarts, fair cryin' out loud. Did ye never wonder where parents learn it all?" "All what?" Harry and I asked simultaneously. "All what?" Hagrid thundered. "Now wait just 1 second. He jumped up. "Do ye mean tell me that these kids, know nothin' aboo, anything?" Quote, the Dursleys were cowering against the wall by this stage. Dudley had gone paper white and was trembling. "Not even aboo, mum and dad," Hagrid whispered down at us. "No, but you see," I said. "We only read the letter, so." Does that mean that Hogwarts is a school for magic people, like us? And were our parents like us too? I bet they were. So yes, we do know about our parents, technically. And they died in a car crash, I said, flinching as I said it. So yeah, Harry finished. Hagrid was fuming. Car crash. How could a car crash kill Lillian? James Potter. It's an outrage. A scandal. Daisy and Harry Potter not knowing their own story, when every kid in our world knows their names. Every kid in your world knowing our names. We both said, "You're famous, twins, famous." Hagrid sighed, sitting back down. Harry and I looked at each other. Our eyes were both full of excitement and wonder. But how? I asked. What happened? Harry asked. Stop. I forbid you to tell them. Uncle Vernon roared. I said shut up. Yay great prune. Hagrid boomed. But he looked worried. I never expected this. I had no idea, when Dumbledore told me there might be trouble getting hold of Yay, how much Yay didn't know. Harry put his hand on top of mine as Hagrid began to explain about our parents. Really, our parents had been killed by an evil dark wizard named Lord Voldemort. And we had both survived his killing curse. That was why we had the scars. Awesome. A flash of bright green light flashed across my mind, a searing pain on my forehead, a distant scream, a yell of Avada Kedavra, a high, cold, cruel laugh. I looked to my left. Harry was sitting there, his eyes looking at us with warmth and respect in his eyes. I felt a blaze of proudness flare up inside me. I defeated the greatest dark wizard of all time with my brother. But Harry then said, very quietly, I think you've made a mistake, Hagrid. There's no way I can be a wizard. Daisy could, but I couldn't. Hagrid laughed. Oh course a wizard, Harry. Think, has anything unusual happened when you were feeling angry, or scared? Harry nodded slowly. Yes, there was that time when I exploded the teacher's desk in year 5, when he gave us homework, when I shattered that mirror in the girls' bathroom in year 2, because my friend was Lou King in it and not paying attention to me. Last year, when Piers Polkiss pushed me up against a wall and tried to kiss me, and I made his head inflate, when I shattered the glass wall at the zoo, and all those times I made people suffer, hurt. I can make bad things happen to people who annoy me. I murmured, not quite feeling myself. It was like there was someone else present in my mind. I can make them hurt if I want to. Quote. Hagrid shifted in his chair. His eyes were watching me uneasily. Even Harry looked a bit apprehensive. Well, anyway, Yale'll be goin' tear Hogwarts, and Yale be under the greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever had, Albus Dumbledore. I am not paying for some crackpot old fool to teach them magic tricks. She'll be going to St. Marigold's, and he'll be going to. Hagrid seized his umbrella. Never insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me. He swished it down and pointed it at Dudley. He squealed, and, next second, he was clutching his bottom, where a pig's tail was spiraling out from it. I snorted, and Dudley shot me a rueful look. I reached up to give Hagrid a high five, and he ended up sending me to the ground. Sorry, he said gruffly, picking me up and setting me back on my feet. Well, I got my wish of not going to St. Marigold's. Chapter 4 Meeting Draco. I woke up to shuffling sounds on the hard, dusty hut floor. I opened my eyes to see my twin putting 3 small bronze coins into a pouch on an owl's leg, with a newspaper in its beak. "Da fuck, Harry, what the hell?" I muttered, sitting up. Harry glanced round, startled. Well, this random owl came in and started pecking Hagrid's coat, so I took out this wallet thing and held up the golden coins. It kind of shook its head. Then I held up the silver ones, and it shook its head again. Then I held up the bronze ones and it held out its leg. And it said on the newspaper, 3 nuts, Sue. The owl dropped its newspaper on top of Harry's head and soared out the window. I snickered and he glared at me. It's really bizarre, he said. This new world and all, I mean. It means so much to both of us, and yet I can't really process it much in my mind. I know, it's really odd, I replied. Indeed, Harry said. Naturally. We chorused, and we both laughed. We have this thing of making fun of the teachers at our old school. They're all really pompous sounding whenever they speak. so we imitate them. It's hilarious. First, one of us twins would just say a normal sentence, then the other twin will be all like, indeed. And then we'd both finish with, naturally. Right, we'd better get up to London then, to get our school things and all. Hagrid said from behind us. We both jumped. Yeah, you both woke me up. Ah well, nothing wrong with a pair of lively twins, is there, Hagrid smiled. There's another pair up at Hogwarts. You two could give them a run for their money. Harry and I grinned sheepishly. We were standing in front of an old, run-down-looking pub named the Leaky Cauldron. Everyone else around us wasn't even looking at it as they went past. I began to get suspicious. Hagrid, can normal people see the Leaky Cauldron? He grinned down at me. Nah, the muggles can't see it. It's a charm put on, so only magic folk can see it. Muggles? Harry asked, sounding startled that there was something else to know about in this world. I had a feeling that he was going to be more startled, soon. Non-magic folk, Hagrid replied. We stepped into the Leaky Cauldron. Just Hogwarts business today, Tom, just passing through. Hagrid said to the bartender. The bartender looked up, his eyes fastened onto my forehead. Can it be, the great Daisy Potter? Whispers immediately started up all around us from the customers. Look, there, it's Daisy Potter. How can you tell? Look, her scar, on her forehead. I didn't have a box fringe, I had a side fringe on the other side of my forehead, so my scar stood out very well. Whereas Harry had a sort of box but not really fringe, and his scar was hidden. Then that means that's Harry Potter, beside her. Oh my, don't they look identical? The girl who lived, the boy who lived, the twins who lived, quote, Mr. and Miss Potter, how long I've waited to see you. How fantastic, how wondrously splendid. A little man said, bustling up to us and shaking both our hands at once in each of his hands. The name's Daedalus Diggle. Then, all of a sudden, everyone was surrounding us, shaking our hands, exclaiming how wonderful it was to meet us, introducing themselves. But one person interested me the most. This is Professor Quirrell, Daisy, Harry. A small man with a purple turban stepped up to us. How simply as splendid to meet you at last, Mr. and Miss P. Potter. Professor Quirrell said, shaking our hands. Nice to meet you too, Professor. We both said simultaneously. Hagrid and Quirrell looked at us weirdly. What, isn't it normal to say things together at exactly the same time? When we finally got away from our fans, we were standing in front of a brick wall. Seriously, like, are we supposed to go though it or something, to prove our magicness? Hagrid tapped the bricks on the wall in a sequence, and then there was a hole in the wall. And it kept growing bigger, and bigger, and bigger. And suddenly, there was an archway, leading into, oh, the most bizarre street I had ever seen. There were all kinds of weird and amazing shops, selling broomsticks, robes, cauldrons, spellbooks. I was kind of attracted to the broomstick store. Look, the new Nimbus 2000. The fastest broom ever, a small boy said to his friends, pointing to the window. There sat the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The Nimbus 2000. We went to the weird wizarding bank. And Hagrid requested that we visit our vault, and some other vault, which he sneakily snatched a tiny package from. As we went past the broomstick store, I stopped by it again. Sorry, Daisy, furs, years aren't allowed. Come on, better buy your robes first. You two go on in, it'll be too crowded with us all in there. Harry and I walked into a store led, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. There was a bleach blonde-haired boy already there. I got placed next to him on a stool, whilst another store attendant whisked Harry away to the other end of the shop, where the only other stool was. The store attendant I had waltzed round me, draping a cloak over my shoulders, and putting pins here and there. But all I could really focus on was the guy next to me. He was really good looking. Oh, who am I kidding? He was hot AF. You're Daisy Potter, aren't you? He said, staring at my scar. The store attendant gasped, but didn't say anything and continued with her pinning and stuff. Yup, and you are, I replied. He said, whilst giving me a head-to-toe scan with his eyes popping. Yes, I asked, a smirk pulling at my lips. But it so did not help that I was kind of scanning him, too. And he's so much taller than me, grr. Tall guys are just attractive to me. Draco Malfoy, he said, his gaze flitting down to my eyes. Then down several inches, then up again. I raised my eyebrow at this, but my gaze had been in the same place moments ago. So I can't talk. Nice name. That's dragon in Latin, isn't it? I said. Why yeah, he said, his gaze flitting to my scar again. And Yoro changed the subject. Can you remember what it was like? What was like? What? When you got that scar? When you survived? He had an admiring look in his eye now. I felt proudness blazing up inside me again, of what Harry and I had achieved. I paused for a second. Should I tell him? Why known Draco Malfoy for about 2 minutes, but already I felt comfortable with him. Sorry. You probably didn't want to remember. It was tactless. Draco began to babble. No, I said, thinking. I can remember a bright flash of green light. A searing pain on my forehead. A woman's screaming. I shuddered, realizing that was probably my mother. Somebody yelling. Avada Kedavra, or something. And I faltered. That was the thing that had been haunting my nightmares for as long as I could remember. I was terrified of that laugh. Pure terror struck me whenever I heard it in my mind. Sometimes I feel like I can actually hear it. High, cold, cc cruel, laugh. I described, stuttering a little as a sudden, seemingly random wave of fear washed over me. Draco looked at me with sympathy in his eyes. Wow, oh gosh, why did I tell him that? He was bound to sympathize. I wasn't not a girl for sympathy. I was tough as old boots, nothing could break my stride. It haunts my nightmares, ever since I can remember. I'm terrified of that laugh. I literally feel terror whenever I imagine it. I mumbled absently, and sometimes I think I can actually hear it. Does that make me mental? I burst out, then clapped my hands to my mouth. What was I doing? Spilling to a practical stranger. Draco's eyes widened at the hear it part, then went back to normal. No, it doesn't, he said firmly. I breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I'll see you at Hogwarts, I suppose, I said, reaching out to shake his hand. Yeah, friends. When his hand touched mine, I felt sparks. I'm pretty sure, by looking at his face, that he had felt the same thing. My hand felt all tingly when I drew it away. Definitely, I told him with a cheeky grin. We excite the shop together after paying for our things. See you, he said, leaving with his father, who looked at me interestedly. Harry came out of the shop a moment later and bombarded me with questions. Why did you leave without me? Who was that? Did you like him? I saw you. You look like you fancy him, do you? Are you friends? Would I be friends with him? What's he like? Is he going to Hogwarts, too? I answered all the questions as we walked round the shops, buying our things, leaving out the ones about me, liking him. Of course I didn't. Right. Question mark. Drazy. Chapter 5 The Hogwarts Express. There. Try and find your platform 9 3/4. Uncle Vernon smirked as he left us at the barrier between platform 10 and 9. Bye, Aunt Petunia, I said to my aunt as she hugged me, sobbing. See you soon, dear. She gasped, wiping her face with a handkerchief. Bye, Big D, I whispered, hugging Dudley. He hugged me back just as hard as I was hugging him. I'll miss you so much, little D. He choked, sounding emotional himself, just like his mother. Same here, I said, as Aunt Petunia motioned for Duds to hurry up. Well, see you later, alligator. I finished, smiling sadly. In a while, crocodile. Dudley said, finally bursting into tears as he took a last look at me before being ushered into the crowd by his mother. Right, what do we do now? Harry sighed. Wait until another wizarding family comes along. Of course, I said, glancing around. Just then, a large family of redheads came bustling along the platforms. Quick, we're going to be late, the Hogwarts Express leaves at 11. The red-headed woman said, glancing at the clock mounted on the wall. All these darn muggles, I heard a guy that looked around 15 mutter as he walked past. Muggles, Hogwarts Express, we were in luck. I glanced excitedly at Harry, before hurrying up to the family and saying, excuse me, but could you tell us how to get onto the platform? The woman looked down at me adoringly. Of course, dear, of course. You just run straight at the barrier in your first years, aren't you? My son Ron is just starting too. A guy with lots of freckles raised his hand and grinned. You can go with him, if you like. My dear, she said to Harry, and you can go with the twins. She beamed. The twins were standing to the side of the family, grinning at us. Ah, these must be twins that dear old Rubius was going on about. Thanks. I beamed back. The guy that was muttering about the muggles went through the barrier first with his father. Then the woman with her small daughter, then Harry and Ron. They just all vanished into the brickwork. Weird. The twins were grinning at me again. It looked like they never stopped grinning. Just like me then. I'm Fred. I'm George. And we're the Weasley twins. The twins said. I'm Daisy Potter. I grinned. The twins gasped. Daisy Potter. They both chorused. Yup. I said, popping the P. Seriously. Fred said, his gaze settling on my scar. Like, really? George said, looking at my scar too. Yeah, like really, like, seriously. I said solemnly with a straight face. Then we all burst out laughing. Let's go, I yelled, and several muggles looked round in fright. Whoops. We all charged towards the barrier. Then we arrived on a platform with a red train emitting lots of steam, suddenly. Wow, I breathed. There were people everywhere. I pushed all my luggage towards the train and my brother, who was looking out of a window of a compartment already, looking just as odd as me. See you guys later, and thanks. I called to Fred and George, who grinned and waved. Harry was looking out the window of the nearest carriage, so I made my way over there. As I boarded the train, pushing my trunk and jet black, tiny owl by the name of Snidget, I had read the word in a book I got from the broomstick store. Someone walked into me. Mate, you gotta watch where you're going, I said, looking up into the face above me. Oh, my God, this person had crazy good looks. Is he like a model for Abercrombie and Fitch or something? No, but he might as well be. His actor's the very hot Thomas Sangster. Fan self while hyperventilating. Sorry. I'm really sorry, the guy babbled. Godric, I should have looked where I was going, I wasn't paying attention. Dude, shut the fuck up and tell me your name. I crossed my arms. Terry Boot, the guy said. Cool, Daisy Potter. I said. What, have you got the stutters or something? No, right, I smirked. Well, nice meeting you. I grinned and headed down the corridor towards Harry's compartment. I slid the door open, and Harry jumped. He looked like he was listening to someone's conversation outside the window. I sat down across from him. Voices drifted across to me from outside. Mum, that was Daisy and Harry Potter, I swear. She told us. I heard George exclaim. Yeah, imagine, we got to run through the barrier to platform 9 3/4 with Daisy Potter. I wonder if she remembers it. You know, what happened that night? Fred said. Don't you dare ask her. Like she needs reminding of that on her first day of school. No, don't you dare. I heard their mother say. Oh, the train's moving. You'd better get on quick. I love you, and don't get up to anything like blowing up a toilet or something. We haven't blown up a toilet yet, Mum. But thanks for the idea. We'll send you a toilet seat. I heard their laughter as they boarded the train, amidst their mother's complaints. I laughed with Harry. Now, these boys would be my best friends. The train definitely was moving, and we pulled out of the station. Our compartment door slid open. Ron, the ginger guy, flopped down next to me. Do you mind if I sit in here? Everywhere else is full, he said. I sniggered, and shook my head. What? He asked curiously, and as he looked around, he saw my scar. You're Daisy Potter. I sighed and rolled my eyes. Yes, I do know my own name. But thanks forked at me. Sarcasm. I screamed, and Harry, who was practically pissing himself laughing, jumped, and started crying with laughter. Then Ron started to snicker. Then, pretty soon, he was rolling on the floor laughing. Then I started to laugh too, and we were rofling. So, let's play 20 questions. I exclaimed once we finished rofling. Ron, what's your favorite color? I asked. Orange. He said. Yours? Turquoise. I winked. Green. Harry said. Birthday. 1st of March, yours. 31st July. Harry and I said simultaneously. Favorite book? I asked. Flying with the Cannons. I have too many to name. How about the Hunger Games trilogy, the Divergent trilogy, the Maze Runner trilogy, Paper Towns, Percy Jackson. The Fault in Our Stars. The Night Before Christmas. Harry tried. What? I spluttered. What's that? Ron asked curiously. It's a Muggle book, Harry said. For small children. I finished, laughing. Ron looked at Harry, smirking. Weirdo. I stood up. Well, guys, I'll come back in an hour. I'm going to go out, meet new people, and socialize. I said, winking, as I left the compartment. As I closed the door, I heard Ron say, "Bloody hell, your sister's mental." I wandered down the corridor. The Terry person that I had met waved to me in motion for me to come inside his compartment. Hi again, Terry said. Hey, I said as I took a seat opposite him. There were several other boys in this compartment, as well as a girl. Guys, this is the Daisy Potter, Terry announced to the group. Everyone gasped and started whispering among themselves. This is Ernie Macmillan. Ernie raised his hand in greeting. Justin Finch Fletchley, hi. Michael Corner. Michael waved. Anthony Goldstein. Anthony grinned. And Amy Rolfing. Amy winked. Hi guys. I drawled. Hi, Daisy. They all chorused. We all sat and chatted for a while, Terry, Amy and I in particular debating about which was the best prank. And they were impressed when I told them what I did on my last day of school. Justin heard, and he said, people used to do that at my Muggle school. Eventually, I told them goodbye, and ventured out to meet some more people. I strayed into the path of one Muggle-born girl and a desperate-looking boy. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Neville Longbottom. We're looking for a toad, have you seen one? She asked, a friendly, but bossy glint in her eye. No, sorry, I said. Well, thanks anyway, Hermione said. Yeah, thanks, Neville agreed. Then I met Katie Bell, Leanne Seville, Lewis Hawthorne, and Kurt Brown. Katie was a player on one of the school Quidditch teams. They were all second years, and knew a lot of pranks. I could use their help at Hogwarts. As I was about to leave, I had obviously gained Lewis' confidence. Because he caught my arm and whispered in my ear, I need someone to tell, and you seem like the right person, Daisy. You see, I like Kurt. He gazed up at me with puppy dog eyes. Please don't tell anyone. People would make fun of me. I snorted. Lewis, they wouldn't make fun of you. It's perfectly normal, don't worry. And I'll keep your secret. I patted his arm. Yay. His eyes lit up. I grinned. See you around. I wandered around, and as I did, I met Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, Lavender Brown, and Parvati and Padma Patil. They were awesome. I could tell I was going to be close friends with them. I also found Fred and George again, and met their friend, Lee Jordan. We discussed in low whispers what pranks we should do. We were becoming fast friends. Then I met two girls by the name of Suzanne Wanders and Shannon Waters. It appeared they met because of their names sounding the same. They were amazing, and pure prank material, like me. All these people were epic. But I didn't see my blondie friend. I wandered back into my twins' compartment. They had masses of sweets spread out all over the compartment. I snatched a chocolate frog up. I had had some with Dean and Seamus. Welcome back, Harry greeted me. Did you find anyone to talk to? Ron asked. Heck yeah, and I told them all of my heaps of friends. I had just finished telling them about Suzanne and Shannon when the compartment door slid open again. This time, it was Draco and two massive boulders. Were they really people? Hello again, Daisy, he drawled. I beamed, and he beamed back. And you must be Harry Potter. They're saying all down the train that you're both in this compartment. Yeah, Harry said awkwardly. My brother was never one for socializing much. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, and this is Crabbe and Goyle. Ron snorted. Think my name is funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. You're obviously a Weasley, Draco said, looking pointedly at Ron's hair. Ron glared. Oi, I said. Don't talk like that to my friend. Draco shrugged and said, if you want to be friends with me, you too, I can help you avoid the wrong sort. Harry and I both stood up. I said, Don't talk to my friend like that, Draco. If you're gonna be like that, then we won't be friends. At the same time Harry said, I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself. Thanks. Draco looked shocked. Not looking me in the eye, he said, I rather think you've got enough sweets here, Weasel, Potter. Goyle reached down to take some of the sweets, and Ron's rat Scabbers bit him on the knuckle. Goyle yelled, waving his hand around, and Scabbers flew off, landing in Ron's lap. The three of them scuttled out the door. Git, I muttered. Dash dash dash. It was time. We had arrived at Hogwarts, and we were all streaming out of the train, the upper forms to carriages, the first years to Hagrid, and a small fleet of boats on a lake. I got on a boat with Ron, Harry, and Terry. What's your wand made of? Terry asked me curiously as Ron and Harry had their own discussion. Dogwood and phoenix feather, I said. Awesome. Mine's dogwood too, but it's only got a unicorn hair. Terry said. Isn't dogwood supposed to be a kind of mischievous wandwood? I asked. Like, it likes to perform pranks and stuff. People who have reached Oliven Dur's shop on Pottermore will know what I'm talking about XD. Yes. Terry grinned. Just then, the boat stopped. We were here. I had noticed Draco staring at me all throughout the boat ride, and I still felt his gaze on me here. Chapter 6 The Sorting. We all stepped out of the boats, whispering. Hagrid led us up to a massive bridge that stretched over a large chasm pit quarry that circle. All the way around the even more massive and majestic castle that was my new school. Hogwarts. By the time Hagrid reached the courtyard, at the other end of the bridge, as first years were still only a quarter across the bridge. He paused at the courtyard to wait for us. We were really far from the bottom of the chasm. Not a great place for people scared of heights. Time to find classmates who are, and hold them captive here. And by that I mean levitate them half over the bridge and half over the chasm. As I gazed up at the school, a flash of recognition flared in my mind. I felt like I had been here before. But of course I haven't. I mean, I had seen the pictures in Hogwarts, a history, but I felt like I had actually been here. Are you okay, Daisy? Harry asked. I could see it in his eyes. He had seen what was in my eyes, whatever it was. Yeah, of course, I said brightly. Terry looked between us. Do you two have some sort of twin telepathic thing? Sort of, Harry and I said simultaneously. Terry and Ron looked at us, wide-eyed. As soon as Terry's back was turned, I jumped on his back. Surprise attack, I yelled. Terry jumped and flailed around. Harry and Ron laughed. I jumped off Terry's back, grabbed his arm, and pretended to push him off the side of the bridge. He screamed like a girl and I laughed along with Ron and Harry. I could feel Draco staring at me again. I turned round and looked him in the face. What, do you want pushed off the side, dragon? Would you be able to spread your wings in time before you hit the ground? I sniggered as everyone else laughed and stuttered, I turned back around. He'd have to apologize to my brother and Ron before I forgave him. I caught Amy's eye and grinned. Race you all to Hagrid, I yelled. I started sprinting. I could hear Ron, Terry, Amy, Suzanne, and Shannon's desperate attempts to catch up to us, but they were in vain. Harry and I got to Hagrid first. I shouted at them. Terry stuck his tongue out at me like a little kid. Harry grinned at me, sending me a message. We're almost identical in our sprinting. Indeed, I replied. Naturally. We sent simultaneously, and laughed. What? Suzanne asked. It's their twin telepathic powers. Terry said in awe. What's the joke? Amy asked, still grinning. Oh, it's an inside joke, Harry said. That you can't know about. I said smugly. Shannon said. The others all came up, chattering. About time, you lot. What were you waiting for, the world to end? I asked the crowd at large. They all laughed. I looked at them out of the corner of my eye as we walked across the courtyard. Geez, will Draco Malfoy ever stop staring at me? It's getting annoying. Then I noticed Terry staring at me too. Grr, see something you like, my dear? Or have you noticed something interesting on my face? I said, reaching my hands up and running them along my face. And no, Terry said. God, child, you really have a stuttering problem. I sniggered. We walked along in companionable silence for a while, Harry, Ron, Terry, and I. Then, when we reached the large flight of steps leading to the huge double doors, I pretended to shove Ron down them. He yelled, before realizing that I wasn't actually going to push him down them. Ron pretended to push me back, actually accidentally pushing me in the process. I shrieked as I began to fall backwards. But before I actually hit the steps, someone caught me round the waist and set me back on my feet again. It was Draco. Thanks, I said, genuinely. No problem, he said softly. We I led at each other before I turned to Ron. You big klutz, I said. Ron looked sheepish, and rubbed his neck. Sorry, I snickered. Harry shoved him. Dude, don't mess with my sister. Mess with my twin, you mess with me. He said jokingly. You okay? Terry asked me, worriedly. I shoved him. Course I am, doofus. We entered the entrance hall. It was gorgeous, and again, huge. There were 4 hourglasses against one wall, with the upper half filled with emeralds, yellow topaz, sapphires, and rubies. A woman came hurrying out of a large hall that was apparently filled with all the older students. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. In a few minutes, you will enter the Great Hall to be sorted. The houses are Gryffindor, that is my house, by the way. Any new Gryffindors will be under me, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. You will wait in here until the sorting starts. She hustled us into a small side chamber. At Hogwarts, points will be awarded to your house if you do good. Points will be taken if you do bad. You will be honored by your house if you earn a lot of points, shunned if you lose a lot. Here, at Hogwarts, your house is your family. Don't forget that. Professor McGonagall hurried out of the room. We all immediately started whispering amongst ourselves. What house do you want to get into? Amy asked me in whispers. Gryffindor. Where dwell the brave at heart? I said, pretending to hold up a sword. I'm for Slytherin, obviously. I'm just too sly and sneaky. Shannon laughed. Well, my mother has a bet on that I'm getting into Hufflepuff. My father that I'm getting into Ravenclaw. Suzanne said. Mum says that I'm more of a good friend and hardworking than smart. She winced, but she says that. That's better. Those are more important qualities. Dad says that I'm clever without needing to work hard. She laughed. Really? Because my grandma has a bet against my uncle that I'm getting into Ravenclaw. Amy said. What do you think the sorting is? Harry asked me. I dunno, I replied. Fred said some sort of test. He said it hurts a lot. Ron said. What? I spluttered. Terry looked alarmed. But before we could say anything else, Professor McGonagall came back. Form a line, please. She said. We all scurried to get into line. I was behind Terry, and behind me was Draco Malfoy, to my displeasure. We all walked into the Great Hall. Everyone at the 4 different tables was staring at us. Professor McGonagall led us up the middle of 2 tables, and, at the front, placed an old hat on top of a stool. When your name is called, you will put on the sorting hat, and it will tell you what house you are to be sorted into. She said. I'm going to kill Fred, he was going on about wrestling a troll. Ron grumbled. Professor McGonagall unrolled a large scroll of parchment. Abbott, Hannah, she called. A girl with blonde hair stumbled up to the stool and put on the hat. Hufflepuff, it shouted. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff, Boot, Terry. Terry suddenly took my hand and squeezed it. Good luck, he said quietly. You too, I blurted. He grinned and headed up to the stool. Was it just me, or did I feel sparks when he grabbed my hand? Ravenclaw. I clapped and cheered along with the rest of the crowd. Yay for Terry. Brown. Lavender. Oh, there goes Lavender. Gryffindor. I clapped and cheered again. Corner. Michael. I held my breath. Ravenclaw. Yay. All my friends were getting into the houses they wanted. The next names I paid attention to were Finch Fletchley, Justin, Hufflepuff, Finnegan, Seamus, Gryffindor, Quote, Goldstein, Anthony, Ravenclaw, Granger, Hermione, Gryffindor, then, Longbottom, Neville, Gryffindor. Neville ran off to the Gryffindor table with the hat still on. He had to jog back and give it to the next person in line. Macmillan, Ernie, Hufflepuff, Malfoy, Draco. I watched Draco swagger up to the stool. He put the hat on, and it paused for a moment, before shouting. Slytherin. No surprises there. Malfoy. Felix. Wait, what, there's another Malfoy. But how could they be twins? They must be cousins, because they look nothing alike, apart from the noses. But this guy's dark brown hair flopped as he walked. It wasn't necessarily in a fringe, it was in more of a wave, but it still, somehow, managed to flop. Slytherin. Pottle. Padma. Ravenclaw. Pottle. Parvati. Quote. Gryffindor. Potter. Daisy. Immediately whispers started up all over the hall. Potter. Did she say? The Daisy Potter. This was it. Time to be sorted. Good luck. Harry and Ron whispered. Amy, Suzanne, and Shannon winked at me. Terry did the thumbs up from over at the Ravenclaw table. I swaggered up to the stool, just like my bleach blondie friend. I sent a playful grin round at the students, who were all craning round to get a look at me. Then I dropped the hat on my head. It completely covered my eyes. Plenty of courage. I see, a lot of talent, oh my goodness, yes. Not a bad mind, either. A keen interest for proving yourself, now that's interesting. You don't like being called a coward, pathetic, weak, or anything of the sort, do you? That's also interesting. Very interesting. A very good ability for pranking, and there's a lot of nobility and greatness there, too. You're selfless and very, very brave, but what's that? There's something else here, something very dark indeed, the hat said. I shivered. What exactly does that mean? Does it mean the pain I caused all those people, including Uncle Vernon? He presence I can easily feel in my mind. But what if it puts me in Slytherin, with the evil lot? I mean, I've heard a lot of rumors about the Slytherin folk from when I met all those people on the Hogwarts Express. Shannon's not evil, obviously, but something about the rest of them makes me think that the rumors are true. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin, oh gods, not Slytherin. I muttered under my breath. Not Slytherin, It could help you on the way to greatness, you know. Definitely not Slytherin, thanks, hat. Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's and you could rise to power like he did. You're very like him, you know, uncannily like him, no. If you're sure, better be Gryffindor. I punched the air with my fist as I took the hat off. The Gryffindor BLE was cheering the loudest that they had yet. I could hear the Weasley twins chanting, "We got Potter, we got Potter." As I made my way over to the Gryffindor table, I started to sing to the hall. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Then the Gryffindor table started to sing along with me. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Then the entire hall. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. I grinned at all the admiring looks and sat down. Percy, as Ron had told me, got up and shook my hand vigorously. A ghost with a ruff patted my arm, and I got the feeling someone had poured icy cold water over it. Potter, Harry, more whispers broke out. Gryffindor. I cheered louder than anyone else at the table. When Harry staggered towards us, I got up and hugged him as hard as I could. Yay, we're still together, I yelled. We sat down next to each other. Rolfing, Amy, Ravenclaw, her grandma won the bet, then. Thomas, Dean, Gryffindor. I clapped as Dean collapsed onto the seat across from me. Wanders, Suzanne, Hufflepuff. Her mum won that bet. Waters, Shannon, Slytherin. She got her wish. Weasley, Ronald, Gryffindor. We bumped fists as he came over to our table. Zabini, Blaze, Slytherin. Then Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took away the sorting hat. Albus Dumbledore stood up. He beamed at all the students. Welcome, welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak, thank you. He sat back down. Everybody clapped and cheered. I laughed out loud and cheered one of the loudest. Harry looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or not. The plates in front of us suddenly filled with food. I don't think I've introduced myself. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington at your service. Resident Ghost of Gryffindor Tower. The ghost said, I know who you are. Ron said suddenly, my brothers told me about you. You're nearly headless Nick. I would prefer you to call me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy. Nick began stiffly, but Seamus interrupted. Nearly headless. How can you be nearly headless? Like this, he said irritably. He seized his left ear and pulled. His whole head swung off his neck and fell onto his shoulder as if it were on a hinge. Someone had obviously tried to behead him, and not done it properly. Looking pleased at the stunned looks on our faces, nearly headless Nick flipped his head back onto his neck. I felt someone stare on me, and I turned to see Terry over at the Ravenclaw table. I waved, and he waved back, grinning. Then the food vanished and was replaced by puddings. The talk turned to our families. "I'm half and half," Seamus said. "Me mam's a witch, dad's a muggle. She didn't tell him about it until after they married. Bit of a nasty shock for him." We all laughed. Then Neville told his tale about how his family thought he was a muggle. And his uncle hung him out of a window to test if he had magic, until he accidentally dropped Neville, and he bounced all the way down the garden. He was so pleased he bought me my toad, Neville said. I glanced past Neville to the high table. Professor Quirrell was talking to a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. The hook-nosed teacher looked straight past Quirrell and looked into my eyes. A searing pain shot through my scar at the exact same moment. Harry and I both gasped and clapped our hands to our scars. "Ouch," we said simultaneously. "What is it?" George asked, leaning across Lee Jordan. "And nothing," we both stuttered. We glanced at each other. Our eyes met and Harry looked very worried. I think my eyes showed the same thing. "Who's that teacher talking to Quirrell?" I demanded of George. "Snape." George sniggered. "He never uses shampoo." Then Professor Dumbledore got up again. "Ahem. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start of term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest in the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. A few of our older students would do well to remember that as well." His eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins, who grinned. "I have also been asked by Mr. Filch to remind you that no magic should be used in the corridors between classes. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third floor corridor on the GHT hand side is out of bounds to anyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." Harry and I laughed, but we were one of the few who did. "He's not serious," Harry muttered to Percy. "Must be," said Percy, frowning at Dumbledore. "It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts, everyone knows that. He might have told us prefects, at least. And now, let us sing the school song," Dumbledore cried. He gave his wand a flick, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it and twisted itself into words. "Everyone pick their favorite tune," said Dumbledore. "And off we go." Fred and George caught my eye and we all grinned. Everyone started singing, "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts, teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling, with some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we've forgot, just do your best, we'll do the rest, and learn until our brains all rot." Everybody finished the song at different times. Terry was one of the first to finish. He sang it like a jaunty folk song, and I saw him practically pissing himself laughing over at his table. At last, only Fred, George, and I were left singing along to a very slow funeral march. Dumbledore conducted our last few lines with his wand, and when we had finished, he was one of those who clapped the loudest. "Ah, music," he said, wiping his eyes. "A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime, off you trot." Us Gryffindor first years followed Percy the prefect through the chattering crowds, out of the great hall and up the marble staircase. Before I rounded the corner at the top, I turned round to see Draco staring at me. Our eyes met, and he smiled genuinely, not a sarcastic smirk or anything. A proper smile. But then Harry grabbed my hand and pulled me around the corner. Twice Percy led us through doorways hidden behind sliding panels and hanging tapestries. I took note of these. I could use these in the future. We came to a sudden halt. A bundle of king sticks was floating in midair in front of us, and as Percy took a step towards them, they started throwing themselves at him. "Peeves," he whispered to us. "A poltergeist. Awesome." I grinned. There was a pop, and a little man with wicked dark eyes appeared, floating cross-legged in the air, clutching the walking sticks. "You think I'm awesome, little girlie?" he cackled. "Well, I think so too." I sniggered. "Ickle firsties," he said with an evil cackle. "What fun." He swooped at all the first years except me, and they all ducked. "Go away, Peeves, or the bloody Baron will hear about this." Percy barked. Peeves stuck out his tongue and vanished, dropping the walking sticks on Neville's head. I heard him whooshing away, rattling the coats of armor as he passed. "You want to watch out for Peeves," Percy said. "The bloody Baron's the only one who can control him." Here we are. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. "Password?" she asked. "Caput Draconis," Percy said, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. We all dived through it. We arrived in a common room with comfortable-looking armchairs. Percy direct. DS girls through one door to our dormitory, the boys to another. At the top of a spiral staircase, we found our beds at last. 4 four-poster beds hung with red velvet curtains. We all bagged our beds. "Mine," I announced, taking the one nearest the window, and beside Hermione and Lavender's. Parvati's was across from mine. We got changed into our pajamas. Then we all fell into bed. "Good-night," I muttered to the others. And they replied, "Night." I fell asleep almost instantly. But I soon regretted it, for I had a dream filled with bright green light, evil laughs, searing pain, and women screaming. I finally woke when the person who was laughing screamed, "Avada Kedavra." I sat up, sweating and shaking. I fell asleep again, but this time with no nightmares. Chapter 7 First Day. When I woke up the next morning in my dormitory, I was quite surprised. I had had a distant thought that maybe it was all a dream, it was so impossible. No one else was awake yet. Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati were still huddled under their bedsheets. I yawned and threw on my Hogwarts robes. I was very proud of the blazing red and gold I was wearing. I sauntered down the spiral staircase, and past the other girls' dormitories to the common room. There were very few people already up. Fred and George were sitting by one of the windows. "Hey, look, it's Daisy," Fred said to George, and George grinned and beckoned me over. "So, I guess you'll be wanting to know all the secret passageways and stuff?" George asked. "Yeah," I said, surprised that they knew this. "Well, on the first week, we'll let you explore and find them out for yourself. If you haven't found them all by next Monday, we'll tell you them." Fred grinned. "Challenge accepted." I smirked. "Well, we'd better tell you about the doors and staircases. We don't want you to get lost, do we?" George said innocently. But I knew what he was up to. He wanted to see if I'd use any of the doors and staircases, secrets for pranking. Well, he's right. So we went through a tutorial about how some doors were just walls pretending to be doors, how some of them you need to ask them politely if you want to get through them, and about how some open if you tickle them in just the right place. Also, that some of them are locked tight, and you'd have to use the spell, Alahomara, to get through. Then there were the staircases. So, many of them move and switch to different places. Some just go somewhere different on a Friday. Most have missing, vanishing, or trick steps. There were wide, swishing staircases, and narrow, rickety ones. There were 142 staircases altogether at Hogwarts. I noticed that they didn't tell me exactly which staircases and doors these were. I'd been hearing sounds of movement from the upstairs rooms for about 10 minutes now, and Harry came thundering down the stairs with Ron at the same time Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati came down from our dormitory. "Ready to go, Daisy?" Harry asked brightly. "Ready to get lost, you mean?" Fred and George chorused. "You're on," Harry and I said simultaneously. Ron, Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati looked at us weirdly. As we made our way downstairs, I remembered what Fred and George had told me. When I saw a vanishing step, I warned the others and jumped it. When we came across a door that wouldn't budge, I used Alahomara, tickled it, or asked it politely. We only went down the wrong staircase or corridor 3 times. We got down to the entrance hall amidst whispers of, "Look, there, it's Daisy Potter. And look, there's Harry Potter." Where? Next to the kids with the ginger and the bushy hair. Did you see their faces? Did you see their scars? I met Terry on the way down the last marble staircase. He had obviously just come down from Ravenclaw Tower. It's bloody brilliant. Terry whooshed. Its door is just like any other door, only you have to answer a riddle to get inside. And once you get inside, the rooms all like blue and library-like and everything, and there's this massive window looking out over the grounds, and... Now, Boot, don't go telling everybody about our secrets. A pretty Ravenclaw prefect said, swishing past us. Terry immediately stopped. Penelope Clearwater. She's really bossy, and kind of a snob, he said, glaring after her. We all sauntered into the Great Hall. Over at the Slytherin table, I saw Draco look up and our eyes met. We held gazes for a few moments before Harry tapped my arm and I turned away. Who you staring at? He smirked. None of your business. I shoved him. Terry sat with his back to us at the Ravenclaw table so that he could be closer to us. So, what's Gryffindor like? Terry asked, looking over his shoulder. Amazing. It's got a really good view of the grounds, too. And there's loads of really comfortable armchairs, and a massive fireplace. I told him, hey you, Potter, why are you in Gryffindor? Shouldn't you be in Slytherin? Only a great dark witch could defeat the Dark Lord. Pansy Parkinson of Slytherin shouted as she entered through the double doors. Why do you call him the Dark Lord, Crattenson? Too scared to call him Voldemort. I sneered. Gasps sounded around the hall and people shuddered or fell out of their chairs. It's Parkinson for your information, Potter. She sneered at me, ignoring my last statement. Exactly, Crattenson. I sniggered. She glared at me for a second, opening her mouth, then just sat down at the Slytherin table, apparently unable to think of a good comeback. Anyone else over there who's not scared to say Voldemort again? People fell out of their chairs. Everyone just stared at me apprehensively. Thought so, I said smugly. Timetables, Ron said, passing them down whilst staring at me admiringly. I looked at mine. Monday, Herbology G+H, Astronomy All, Transfiguration G. Charms G+R. Tuesday, Transfiguration G. Charms G+R. History of Magic All. Defense Against the Dark Arts All. Wednesday. History of Magic All. Herbology G+H. Transfiguration G. Defense Against the Dark Arts All. Charms G+R. Thursday. Charms G+R. Astronomy All. Defense A. Against the Dark Arts All. History of Magic All. Friday. Potions G+S. Transfiguration G. Charms G+R. Defense Against the Dark Arts All. I checked the others, and theirs were the same. Well, let's go to Herbology, then, I said cheerily. We all got up from the table and left in a chattering mass. Just as we left the Great Hall, someone grabbed me and pulled me into a broom closet. What the foo? I began, but the person said, Silencio. I couldn't make a sound. God damn it, Lumos. There was revealed Felix Malfoy. I raised an eyebrow at him. You know, I'm not scared to say the Dark Lord's name. He snarled. Voldemort assigned me to come to this school, or, rather, the Death Eaters did. He ordered them to send someone to the school when or if Daisy Potter arrived. I was going to go to Durmstrang. But I had to come here, thanks to you. He growled. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do to you apart from watch you, that's what they said. But apparently you're rather important to the Dark Lord. 1. What are Death Eaters? 2. What the flip's Durmstrang? And 3. He's supposed to be watching me. He thinks he's supposed to do something to me. Git, I'll do something to him. I brought my knee up. He yelled and buckled in pain, and I scarpered. I made it to Herbology 5 minutes late. I opened my mouth to say, sorry, Professor. But nothing came out. Oh dear me, the poor child has had a silencing charm put on her. Contrarium. Finally, I could speak. Thanks, and sorry, Professor. I gasped. Just don't let it happen again. Professor Sprout said cheerily. In all my lessons, I was late by at most 3 minutes, by trying to find secret passageways throughout the school. I found quite a few. Then I did no further credit to myself by chatting and laughing in the back rows. In astronomy, I sat beside Harry and Hermione and I could feel Terry and Draco's stares on me. I turned round and wiggled my eyebrows at Terry. He blushed and looked away, It was the funniest thing ever. Harry and I laughed about it the rest of astronomy. Then, in Transfiguration, I sat beside Harry and Ron. We whispered and giggled about Hermione and her putting her hand straight up for every question. Then, in Charms, when Professor Flitwick reached my name on the register, he squeaked and toppled off his stack of books. He had to stand on them. Because he was so small. I sat beside Harry and Terry, since we had Charms with the Ravenclaws, and we whispered and giggled about it all lesson. When we got out of Charms, Harry cornered me in an empty classroom. "Where were you when you were late for herbology? Someone put a silencing charm on you." "Dude, it's nothing to worry about, really," I exclaimed, trying to budge past him. "It is if someone attacked you," Harry said, giving me a searching look. "What are you not telling me?" I sighed. "Well, if you're going to be that persistent, then." I told him all that Mr. Floppy Hair had said and done. Harry's fists clenched. "If he goes near you one more time." I sniggered. "Well, it should be Draco Malfoy saying that about me." And I told him about my triumph. "Oh my gods." Harry laughed. "Good one." I smiled victoriously. "What's a Death Eater?" I asked, voicing my questions from earlier. "And what's Durmstrang? And why the heck is he supposed to watching me?" Harry scratched the back of his neck. "I dunno. Best ask Terry or Ron or someone." At the end of the day, I snuck off with Terry to do a bit of passageway hunting. I was going to beat Fred and George on their bet. "What's a Death Eater?" I asked Terry. "Why do you ask?" Terry raised his eyebrows. He couldn't raise just one, and I found this hilarious. I told him about the Malfoy incident. "Shit, I'm going to knock that little fucktard into next century." Terry vented. "Why, he didn't actually do anything," I began. "Mate, he practically I dunno. But still," he said. "What's a Death Eater? What's Durmstrang? Why would he be watching me?" I exclaimed. Terry sighed. "A Death Eater is, or was, a follower of you-know-who. Durmstrang's another magic school, but it's known for practicing the dark arts. And, if he was hired by you-know-who, you said that you-know-who, before you defeated him, I mean, wanted a kid to go to Hogwarts to watch what you do. That sounds like he just wanted to watch what you were doing before he decided to kill you and your family." "Okay, that's weird. Why would he do that?" I asked. "I dunno, Daisy. But something's not right. I'd watch your back if I were you," Terry said anxiously, as I wrenched aside a portrait to reveal a secret flight of stairs. "So, Drazy or Derry?" Laughing face. Chapter 8 First Week. "So, Daisy," Fred said as I sat down in the empty armchair across from him and George in the common room the next morning. "How was your first day?" I grinned at him. "Hectic." I told them all about my first day, and when I finished, the twins raised their eyebrows at me. "Going for a record there. Days. Late to all of your classes. Found loads of secret passages I admit we never thought you'd find. Gained 2 enemies, annoyed 4 teachers, and sassed a Slytherin." "Wow," George said. "Let's see what you make of your second day, then. 'Cause you still haven't found all the passages yet." Fred laughed. "Well, more like cackled." "Oh, it is on like Donkey Kong," I said. "What's Donkey Kong?" the twins chorused. I facepalmed. "Oh, wizards these days." There was a thud and Ron lay face down on the carpet at the foot of the stairs. Harry arrived seconds later. He saw me looking at him and he explained. He said that he fancied you, so I pushed him down the stairs. Ron got up, his ears flaming red, and said, "Daisy, I cut him off. "I'm sorry, Ron, I don't like you the same way. We can still be friends, though." I was mentally sniggering. "And you friend zoned our brother." Fred and George chorused. Dash dash dash. Down in the Great Hall, Draco was staring at me again. I was beginning to get irritated. "Dude, any ideas to get him to stop staring at me?" I muttered to Amy. "Well, everybody's been staring at you and Harry ever since you arrived, you famous lil bitch." Amy joked, lightly shoving me. "But you could send him an owl," she suggested. "Great." When the owls swooped in to deliver their morning post, Snidget bringing me letters from Dutters, Snidget came pelting towards me, her little black form flying like a bullet. I took off Dudley's letter, snatched a quill and ink from my bag, borrowed parchment from Amy. She had sneaked over to the Gr. If indoor table from the Ravenclaw table, scribbled, "Whatcha staring at?" XD, folded it up, and wrote, "Draco," on the front. I then gave it to Snidget, who clamped it in her beak, and sent her off, glancing over my shoulder. Good, he didn't suspect a thing. I watched Snidget over to Draco, where she dropped my letter on his head. I sniggered. He looked surprised, but opened it. I whipped round quickly and took out my pocket mirror and watched him from it. I saw him read it, and he looked up fearfully, glancing all around the hall to see who had sent it to him. He still didn't suspect a thing about me sending it. Us Gryffindors set out for the Transfiguration classroom. I couldn't resist stopping on the way to chat to the portraits. "Have you seen any secret passageways near here?" I asked a lady in a pinafore. "Why yes, there's a few just round the corner. There's one where you should have to pull aside a mirror, it leads into Hogsmeade, and there's a tapestry that, when pulled aside, reveals a secret corridor." "Thanks." I grinned at her, before looking at my watch. Shit, I sprinted all the way to Transfiguration. "Sorry, Professor," I gasped, collapsing into my chair next to Harry and Ron. "If you are late to my class one more time, Miss Potter, I shall have to issue a detention." Professor McGonagall said. "Sure, Professor," I said. "Why don't you just give me one now?" "Ooh," the entire class said. "Cheeky," Ron whispered to me, grinning. I slid out my list of the secret passages that Terry and I were making and jotted down the 2 new ones. "Blimey, you're getting far," Ron said, glancing down at my parchment. "This lesson, we were turning matches into needles." "Well, trying to. Mine hasn't even gone silver yet," Harry exclaimed, glancing at mine. Mine had gone all silver and pointy. Like Hermione's had last lesson. "Ah well," I shrugged. "Keep trying, and you'll get it." Inspiring words, Daisy. Seamus sniggered. I shot him a glare, and he looked petrified. "The death stare," Dean whispered in an odd voice. When we got out of Transfiguration, I searched for the passages, and found them. The one behind the mirror on the 4th floor lead right into Hogsmeade. And I intend to sneak into it sometime. Ha, teachers, if you don't want students under the age of 13 to get into Hogsmeade, then check if there's any secret passages leading into it. Duh. Then there was the one behind the tapestry, which was a shortcut to Ravenclaw Tower. Terry had let slip a few details of where it could be. Then I realized I was late for class, again. I hurried into Charms and snuck into my seat in the back row. Professor Flitwick didn't suspect anything. Harry, Terry, Ron and I messed about the whole lesson, with Hermione looking on disapprovingly. "Hermione, you could be a teacher. You know," I sniggered. Then there was History of Magic, which, as soon as I collapsed into a random seat next to Lavender and discovered that it was also next to Draco's. And I quickly got up again only to see that all the other seats were taken. I fell asleep. Because it was easily the most boring thing I had ever had to sit through in my entire life. "Daisy. Oh Daisy, wake up." I jolted upright. Huh, what, who? Professor Binns, the History of Magic professor, had gone, and the class was leaving. Draco was shaking me. Thanks. I hurriedly started packing up. Harry was waiting for me at the door. "Look, I whirled round to fact going to apologize, or what?" Draco looked affronted. "For what?" "Oh, for, I dunno, maybe what you said on the Hogwarts Express. And maybe you should also ask your stupid little cousin as well." I spat. "What, my cousin? What did he ever do to you?" Draco narrowed his eyes. Ask him if you really have no idea." I fumed, before striding over to Harry and through the door. We had Defense Against the Dark Arts next, but I really didn't pay attention. I was fuming, and whenever I caught Malfoy staring at me, I shot him one of my now famous death stares. Then, to vent my feelings, after Dada, I set off alone to find more passages. I was late for Transfiguration the next day again, and I got a detention. I also found a secret passage to Hogsmeade behind a statue of Gregory the Smarmy. At midnight, we went up to the astronomy tower to study the stars. Of course, it was even more banterful, because it was nighttime. Then, the next day, I found 10 more secret passageways in between classes, and about 20 more after classes. I also went for my detention with Professor McGonagall, and it was, surprisingly, Not bad. Firstly, I overheard her talking to Professor Sprout about me. She's going to be as bad as the Weasley twins, and her father, I swear. Then it was just ting lines with her telling me about how badass, not exact wording, my dad and the twins were and are. Then, on Friday, it was a very special day for us. First, my friends and I made it down to the Great Hall without getting lost once. That part was also kinda sad, as I liked getting lost. It was hilarious when nobody had any idea what to do and everybody was confused and had to work together. And we got a letter from Hagrid asking us to join him for a cup of tea. The only actual disappointment of the day was potions. But again, I kinda enjoyed it. For one thing, when Snape read out the register, he stopped at Harry and I's names. Ah, the Potters, our new celebrities. The Slytherins laughed. Yeah, that's right, I smirked, staring around the classroom. Then the Gryffindors laughed. Then, when Snape asked me 3 questions about potions, I was able to answer every one, 'cause I actually read the books we bought from Diagon Alley, unlike Harry. When he had spilled us into pairs, and Neville's potion had gone wrong. He blamed me for it. For your information, sir, I was paying attention to my own potion. I said, get wrecked. I heard Seamus say under his breath. 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Potter. But I didn't care. I wrecked a teacher. In Transfiguration, I filled Ron's desk with spiders. It was one of the old-fashioned ones which have lids. When he opened it, and the spiders came streaming out, he screamed, and it was the funniest thing ever. We went for tea with Hagrid at 5 to 3. I found a newspaper cutting about Gringotts being broken into. I had a feeling, from the description, that the vault that was broken into was the one Hagrid sneakily sneaked that package from. He told us that he had to chase Fred and George away from the forest ever since they came here. I found this hilarious. On Saturday, there was a notice on the common room notice board. Flying lessons started on Thursday. I said, yay, broomsticks. Whereas Harry said darkly, typical. Just what I always wanted. To make a fool of myself on a broomstick in front of Malfoy. You don't know you'll make a fool of yourself. Ron said consolingly. Anyway, I know Malfoy's always going on about how good he is at Quidditch. But I bet that's all talk. Malfoy actually did talk about flying. A lot. He told long, boastful stories which always seemed to end with him narrowly escaping muggles in helicopters. Ron also talked about the time he'd almost hit a hang glider on Charlie's old broom. I escaped from the common room to sneak into Hogsmeade with Terry. We used the passage behind the mirror on the 4th floor. And we ended up in a place called Zonko's Joke Shop. Ah, more students sneaking out of school. Feel free to pass, feel free. The shop owner said. We walked throughout Hogsmeade, buying stuff and chatting randomly. At last, we went back up the passage to school. We found yet more secret passages on Sunday as well. I think that was the lot of them. We'll find out on Monday, I suppose. Chapter 9 Broomsticks and Duels. On Monday morning, Terry and I met up with Fred and George in the Great Hall. We explained all of the secret passages and shiz to them that we had found, and they were amazed. Yes, you've found them all, Fred exclaimed. Join our clan, please, George pleaded. Terry and I grinned at each other. Yeah, sure, why not? We chorused. We even heard the twins gossiping about us to Lee Jordan later on. I swear, Daisy Potter and Terry Boot are the coolest firsties we've ever met. On the morning of the flying lesson, Neville received a package from his grandmother. He opened it and showed us a glass ball the size of a large marble, which seemed to be full of white smoke. It's a remembrall, he explained. Gran knows I forget things. This tells you if there's something you've forgotten to do. Look, you hold it tight like this and if it turns red, oh. His face fell, because the remembrall had suddenly glowed scarlet. You've forgotten something. I sniggered. He was trying to remember what he'd forgotten when Draco Malfoy, who was passing the Gryffindor table, snatched the remembrall out of Neville's hand. Harry, Ron, and I jumped to our feet. What's going on? Professor McGonagall said. When did she get here? Malfoy's got Neville's remembrall, Professor. I said through gritted teeth. Scowling, Malfoy quick. Lee dropped the remembrall back on the table. Just looking, he said and sloped away. Just looking, My ass. I muttered. What was that, Miss Potter? Professor McGonagall asked. Nothing, Professor, nothing. Everyone stand by a broom, please. Hurry up, Madam Hooch said at our flying lesson. Stick out your right hand over your broom and say, up. She called. Up. Everyone shouted. Mine jumped into my hand straight away. As did Harry's. Floppy's was still on the ground, and so was Prattinson's. I smirked at them, and they glared at me, saying, up. Up, up. When we all had our brooms in our hands, Madam Hooch told us to mount our brooms and grip them the way we think we should, and walked among us, correcting. She nodded at Harry and I approvingly as she passed us. I low-fived him. I laughed meanly when she told Draco that he'd been doing it wrong for years. On my whistle, kick off from the ground and fly 10 feet into the air and come straight back down again. Madam Hooch said, 3, 2, but before she had got to 1, Neville shot off into the air. Come back, boy, Madam Hooch screamed. Neville flew very high into the air, and then slipped off his broom. Holy shit, I cried. Prohiber. I had read about that spell in a book somewhere. Neville stopped falling about a foot from the ground, hovered for a second, and then dropped. Well done, Miss Potter, well done. We'd better get you to the hospital wing just in case, though. Madam Hooch said to Neville, before leading him off. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say, Quidditch. She called behind her. As soon as she left, Floppy and Dragon burst into laughter. Did you see his face, the great lump? The other Slytherins joined in. Shut up, Malfoy, snapped Parvati. Ooh, sticking up for Longbottom, Prattinson said. Never thought you'd like fat little cry-babies, Parvati. Did they know each other before Hogwarts? Look, Dragon said, snatching a Remembrall off the grass. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him. He held it up. Give it here, Malfoy. Harry said quietly. Everyone stopped talking to watch. Dragon smiled nastily. Quote, I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to collect. How about, up a tree? Dragon, give it here. I yelled, but he had leapt onto his broomstick and taken off. He hadn't been lying. He could fly well, hovering level with the topmost branches of an oak. Get it, dorks? We simultaneously grabbed our brooms. No, shouted Hermione. Madam Hooch told us not to move, you'll get us all into trouble. We ignored her. We mounted our brooms, at exactly the same time, and kicked hard against the ground. We soared up like birds, only more graceful, and this was amazing, this was something. I could do without being taught. The soaring sensation, the adrenaline, the whoosh, this was easy, this was wonderful. I pulled my broomstick up a little to take it even higher and Harry followed suit. And I heard gasps and screams from girls on the ground, and an admiring whoop from Ron. We turned our broomsticks sharply to face Dragon, who looked stunned. Give it here, I sneered, or we'll knock you off your broom. Oh yeah, he looked a little worried. I shot forwards like a javelin. Dragon only just got out of the way in time. I made a sharp about turn and held the broom steady. A few people below were clapping. 2 against 1, Malfoy. Harry called. The same thought seemed to occur to him as well, for he shouted, catch it if you can, then. He then threw it up into the air. I'll catch it, you cover me. I shouted to Harry, who immediately began swooping around underneath me as I raced the tiny ball to the ground. Diving, I felt like I had been doing this my entire life, and it was so fun. About a foot from the ground, I caught it, then swerved upwards and tumbled from my broom, laughing and holding the Remembrall up. Harry, who was until a few feet from the ground where he was swooping around me, was swooping under me, tumbled to the ground beside me where we both lay there, laughing. Potter and Potter. Professor McGonagall was storming to us from across the massive courtyard I liked to call the middle courtyard. It was a huge stretch of lawn in the middle of the castle grounds. The front courtyard was the one we crossed to get to the great double doors, and was at the end of the bridge. The back courtyard was the smallest one with a tree in the middle, which sometimes my group hang out on the branches of it. I snickered to myself. Potter and Potter, I've never seen anything like it. You could have broken your necks. It wasn't their fault, Professor. Be quiet, Miss Pottle, Malfoy. Enough, Weasley, She strode over to Harry and I and tugged us up by the arms. "Come with me." She then dragged us to the castle, me looking over my shoulder at Ron and Shannon, and shrugging. "Professor Flitwick, could I borrow Wood for a minute, please?" She asked Professor Flitwick when she stopped at his classroom. Wood, a fifth-year boy, came out of the classroom, looking at us two curiously. I shot him a cheeky grin. He shook his head in an attempt not to smile. Professor McGonagall took us to an empty classroom. Well, almost, as Peeves was there, chalking swear words onto the blackboard. "Out, Peeves!" Professor McGonagall barked. Peeves cursed and swooped towards the door. Before he spotted me, "Oh look, it's Potty." We'd been meeting up all over the school, discussing ways to throw Hogwarts into chaos. "Oh look, it's Peevesy." I laughed. We high-fived as he swooped out the door, passing me the chalk secretly. Wood, surprised, glanced at the door and then me. "Wood, this is Daisy and Harry Potter. Twins, this is Oliver Wood. I've found you a new seeker and chaser." Wood. Oliver's mouth fell open. "They're naturals. I've never seen anything like it. Miss Potter here caught a Remembrall after a 50-foot dive, without a scratch on her. Charlie Weasley couldn't have done it. And Mr. Potter here, flying like he'd been on his broom for decades." "This is your first time on a broomstick, both of you?" she asked. We both nodded silently. "Ever seen a game of Quidditch, twins?" Oliver asked eagerly. "Wood here is the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team," Professor McGonagall said. "They're just the right build, too, light, fast. We'll have to get them decent brooms, too, Professor. Nimbus 2000s or Clean Sweep 7s, I'd say. I shall speak to Professor Dumbledore and see if we can't bend the first-year rule. Heaven knows, we need a better team than last year. Flattened in that last match by Slytherin, I couldn't look Severus Snape in the face for weeks." Professor McGonagall peered sternly over her glasses at us. "I want to hear you've been training hard, you too, or I may change my mind about punishing you." Then she suddenly smiled. I was all like, "Da fuck. Your father would have been proud. He was an excellent Quidditch player himself." I was sneaking out of Gryffindor Tower with Ron and Harry to meet up with Terry at midnight. We'd been challenged to duels, Harry and Dragon, in the trophy room. Me and Prattinson in a conveniently large and empty room, opposite a tapestry of some guy trying to teach trolls to dance. Dumbass. We'd told Terry and Ron all about being appointed to the Quidditch team, and they were amazed. Hermione had also came out with us, trying to stop us, being the interfering girl she is. Oh, Hermione. Then we also found Neville, who had been locked out of Gryffindor Tower because he had forgotten the password. So when we had met up with Terry, we all split up, Terry, Neville, and I going one way, to the large room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione going the other way, to the trophy room. "Good luck," we whispered to each other before setting off. When we reached the strange, empty room, we leaned against the wall, waiting for Prattinson to come. She hadn't showed up yet. The next time we checked our watches, they said, 12:15. "I don't think she's coming." Neville spoke up. "Either that, or she's chickened out." I added, "She's a Slytherin for a reason." Terry sniggered, and Neville and I giggled along with him. Then we heard muttering from around the corner. "They've got to be here somewhere, my sweet Filch. The guy and his cat eye. I'm going to prank about 4 billion times while I'm here." But now, I wasn't thinking about pranking him, I was thinking about getting away from him. "Run," I shouted to the both of them. We sprinted lightly away from the room, around the corner, and to the trophy room. We were set up. I panted to Harry, Ron, and Hermione who were leaning against the wall. "I think you have been, too." "All right, then, let's go," Ron whispered. We crept out of the trophy room, Hermione furiously whispering about how this was going to get us into trouble. "Filch," Harry gasped, pointing to a dark shape at the end of the hallway. We sprinted lightly down the hall and arrived at a door which wouldn't open. "Alahomara," Hermione and I whispered. The lock clicked, and we slipped inside. Wait, this was the forbidden corridor. Yes, Neville was tugging on my sleeve. "What?" I asked, turning around. There, behind us, was a massive three-headed dog. Wait, WTF was a massive three-headed dog doing at Hogwarts? We all bolted out of the room, down the corridor, and into the common room, Terry breaking off to go to his. We all collapsed into armchairs. Well, I'm going to bed before any of you see. Up with another idea to get us killed, or worse, expelled. Hermione said, before flouncing up to our dormitory. Well, I breathed, glancing round at Harry, Ron, and Neville. That was eventful. Chapter 10 Pranking and Quidditch Practice. What do they think they're doing, keeping a thing like that locked up in a school? Ron said finally. If any dog needs exercise, that one does. Well, it's obviously guarding something. I said. What? Harry asked, confused. It was standing on a trapdoor. I explained. Didn't you see it? No, Ron said. We were too busy focusing on its heads. I sniggered. Wusses. The next day, at breakfast, the post arrived. And Snidget, Hedwig, and a few other owls came in carrying 2 long, thin packages between them. When they dropped the packages on top of Harry and I, we opened the notes that were on them first, which was lucky, because they were from Professor McGonagall, and they said not to open the packages in the Great Hall, because they were our new Nimbus 2 Thusano Ron. Harry and I carried them excitedly into the entrance hall and opened them there. They were beautiful. Wow, Ron gasped. Just then, Draco and Floppy appeared. First years aren't allowed broomsticks, Potter, Draco said, avoiding my eye, and looking only at Harry. Though when he looked at the brooms, he looked a little wistful. Ha, take that, dragon. Oh, but we are, I said smugly, youngest seeker and chaser in a century. Their eyes widened. Then Professor Flitwick appeared out of nowhere. Professor, Daisy and Harry Potter have got broomsticks. Floppy whined to him. Oh, yes, Professor Flitwick said, quite cheerfully. Youngest players on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. And he whisked off. They both looked furious. I may not be one of the youngest house players in a century. But at least I'm not a 4-eyed freak, Floppy sneered, But he didn't get any further. All my anger was directed at him, and suddenly, he was writhing on the ground, yelling and screaming. Again, the power. Daisy, Harry said, his eyes wide. He's scared. My brother's scared. At once, the screams stopped. Don't ever talk about my family like that, I hissed in a low voice at Floppy. It might just be the last thing you ever do. We hurried away, Draco staring after us with an unreadable expression, Floppy panting on the ground. What the hell was that? Harry muttered to me. Why was he acting like someone was torturing him? I have no idea, I shrugged. Harry shot me a sidelong glance, but nodded. Third person. Albus Dumbledore and Rubeus Hagrid sat in the headmaster's office, staring into the pensieve. Inside it, Daisy Potter was muttering, for the 10th time that hour, I can make bad things happen to people who annoy me. I can make them hurt if I want to. Professor Dumbledore then poked the swirling silver mist inside the pensieve with his wand, and a black-haired boy of 11 rose up from the mysterious depths. And said the exact same thing Daisy said, with the exact same expression. Professor Dumbledore had witnessed something in the entrance hall, something which worried him very much, and made him call for Hagrid for his memories of the day he had met Daisy Potter. Then the headmaster prodded the mist inside the pensieve again and another scene formed. Daisy Potter was standing over Felix Malfoy, who was writhing and screaming on the ground. This is very bad, Professor Dumbledore murmured. Very bad indeed. I fear he must have got further into her mind than I originally thought. This could be very dangerous. For both her and everyone else. This means, I fear, he looked up at Hagrid, that she can be possessed, and manipulated, and much more than we can imagine. This is very, very bad. He looked down at the scene again. Harry Potter was speaking to Daisy, a scared look on his face. Something swept across her face, and Felix fell limp. But it is a good thing if she can stop whenever people she care about are scared, in pain or danger. Dumbledore mused. Whenever they are weaker than whatever's going to hurt them, she'll protect them. He looked up at Hagrid, his eyes twinkling suddenly. What Emily did was both bad and good. Daisy. In potions, I was in a very annoying mood. I needed to prank someone. So I decided to prank Snape. We were making a cure for itchiness. What would happen if I followed the instructions in reverse order? I asked Harry and Ron, grinning. You mustn't, Hermione said shrilly. I ignored her. Harry stared at me, wide-eyed. Go on, Ron said excitedly. So I grinned, and set to work. Half an hour later, and Snape was walking round all the potions. What? He said when he came to mine, is this? I giggled. I did it in reverse order. And why? He drawled. Did you do that, silly girl? I grinned. To see what happened, of course. Snape raised an eyebrow. To see what happened, he repeated. Well, let's see. Try it. I stared at him. What? Try it. To see what happens. Snape sneered. I took a deep breath. Everyone was watching. I couldn't just deny when everyone was watching. I'd look like a pansy. Okay, so I tried the potion. Almost immediately, I started to itch. Red patches began to appear all over my skin, and my hair stood up on end. Hospital wing, Potter, Snape said. Gladly, Professor, I said cheerfully. Incendio, I muttered as I passed him on the way to the door. His robes caught on fire, and I grinned at my twin brother as I whisked out the door. Yo, I fell into step beside Harry as we walked to Quidditch practice. I had come from the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey immediately reversed the effects of the potion, and told me about the many times my dad and his friends were in there. Hi, he said. That was you who set Snape on fire, wasn't it? Yes, I laughed. You were the best twin sister ever. Harry laughed. We walked out to the Quidditch pitch. Oliver Wood was already out there, waiting with a wooden crate. Right, twins, let's get started. Basically, Quidditch is a sport which is played on broomsticks, with 7 players on a team. There are 3 chasers, who handle this ball. He opened the crate and held up a football-sized red ball, and score goals with it. Harry, you'll be one of the chasers alongside Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell. Only one chaser is allowed in the semicircle goal end of the pitch, to avoid keeper fouling. All you have to do is keep the quaffle away from the other team's chasers, pass between your fellow chasers, and score goals by aiming the ball through the 3 hoops at each end of the pitch, obviously the opposite teams. There is a keeper, who saves goals. There are beaters, who carry bats, and who beat the bludgers. He indicated 2 struggling black balls, which were tethered to the crate by thick belts, which fly at players, trying to knock them off their brooms, away from their own team, and at the opposing team. And then there's the seeker, who catches the golden snitch. He opened a small compartment, and held up a fluttering, tiny golden ball with minute white wings. Catching it earns your team an extra 150 points. It also ends the game. For this, seekers are the lightest and the fastest, and they are generally the most targeted, so watch out. Oliver finished. All you have to do is catch it before the other team's seeker. It's very hard to find, though, especially in large Quidditch pitches like this. It's also very fast. He smiled happily. You'll both be great. So Harry and I soared about the Quidditch pitch with Oliver, me practicing catching the snitch, and catching golf balls, and Harry practicing scoring with the quaffle. I caught every golf ball, and the snitch every time, as Harry scored every time. I was beginning to love Quidditch. Chapter 11 Prank Time. So, I said, staring at Fred and George with astonishment. You've got a map of Hogwarts which shows you where everyone is. And this parchment talks to you. Yep, Fred said proudly. All you have to say is, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Fred grinned, tapping the parchment with his wand. How very fitting. Black lines began to spread out from his wand tip, and it formed a map. It was true. It showed every secret passageway of Hogwarts, and tiny labeled dots moved about the map. Then words began to blossom at the top of the map, saying in great, curly green words. Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders map. Wow, I breathed. Well, we are magical mischief makers, aren't we? And look, there's Draco Malfoy. I had spotted his dot moving around near Gryffindor Tower. What was he doing there? The twins looked at me. What? I asked defensively. Oh, nothing, Daisy, nothing at all. They chorused, smirking. I glared at them. All you have to say when you've finished with it is, mischief managed. George said, tapping the map. At once it went blank. Otherwise anyone could read it. They said, but, Fred said, there's also a little something. Yes, George said, it Talhay map. Are you okay today, Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs? They seemed just a tad pissed at something the other day. George explained, sniggering, to me. Then more curly green lettering blossomed on the parchment. Mr. Mooney would like to share that he is feeling quite well today, but advises Mr. Weasley to ask himself the same question. I snorted. Oh, burn. Mr. Prongs would lee. K to register his astonishment that Mr. Weasley can even say a proper sentence without people thinking that he is insane. Lol. I spluttered. Mr. Padfoot would like to say that being a Weasley must be very depressing, as nobody can possibly take you seriously with that hair of yours. At this point, I was rolling on the floor laughing. Mr. Wormtail bids you a good day, and advises you to dye your hair, as it is very striking and much too distinguishable. Now that was just nasty. George looked shocked, though Fred was grinning. Please, stop. I'm wet, myself. I whimpered, helplessly laughing on the floor. Tears pouring down my cheeks. We were in a secret passageway, the one behind the mirror on the 4th floor. Let's go find Terry, shall we? He's in our clan too, he needs to know about our precious map. George said. Where exactly did you guys come across this map? I asked as we walked towards Ravenclaw Tower. I knew where it was. I had done a bit of exploring, and using Terry's tips, I had found the entrance, a door with an eagle-shaped knocker on it. Well, when George and I were first years, young, innocent, and carefree, I snorted. Fred, George, innocent. Can't imagine it. We had dropped a dung bomb in a corridor, this very one, to be precise. Fred stopped, looking around. Ah, the old days. Anyway, it upset Filch for some reason, and he dragged us off to his office. George said. So he was threatening us with the usual detentions, hanging us by our ankles from the ceiling. When we couldn't help but notice a drawer marked, confiscated and highly dangerous. I started to grin. Oh, no they didn't. So George created a diversion by dropping another dung bomb. I whipped open the drawer and grabbed this. We don't reckon Filch ever found out how to work it. He probably suspected what it was, though, or he wouldn't have confiscated it. This little beauty's taught us more than all the teachers in the school. Fred smirked. It's the secret of our success. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. George sighed. We owe them so much. Noble men working tirelessly to help a new generation of law breakers. We reached the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower. I grabbed the knocker and knocked once. The door said, in a clear, high woman's voice, if it's information you seek, come and see me. If it's pairs of letters you need, I have consecutively 3. Who am I? Quote. I gazed at Fred and George. What do you think, boys? I asked, stroking my non-existent beard. Fred tapped his chin. I dunno. George just looked confused. Well, I think it's a bookkeeper, I said, turning back to the door. Nicely answered, the voice said, and the door swung open. Wow, Daisy, George said. Why aren't you in Ravenclaw? Fred asked. Odd. 'Cause I'm more brave than clever. I winked. Daisy, how'd you get in here? Terry asked joyfully as I sauntered through the doorway. He rose up from an armchair where he was sitting with Anthony, Michael, and Amy, and hugged me. The Ravenclaw common room looked exactly like he'd described it. I answered the riddle, of course. I sniggered. Come on, quickly, before snobby Penelope comes. Terry muttered, shielding me from view from the common room, and we hurried out the door to Fred and George. The twins showed him the map. So, let's get pranking, then. I grinned. But first, let's get Peeves. Half an hour later, and the twins, Terry, Peeves, and I were running and swooping around the school, pelting students and teachers alike with dung bombs. Nobody saw that it was us, well, no teachers. Anyway, but I bet they suspected it was us. I quite kindly avoided hitting my brother with them, but I hit Ron with them. Then I saw Draco around the corner. I hesitated in my dung bomb throwing. Look, if you're going to hit me with them, go ahead, Draco said. I lowered my dung bombs. He looked sad. So of course, I asked, are you all right? Then Draco came running at me. He hung his arms around me and just stood there, hugging me so tightly I nearly couldn't breathe. I hesitantly put my arms around him. What was with that? He looked down into my eyes. My green ones stared up into his gray-blue ones. Sorry, he muttered. Felix, I gotta go. Sorry. Then he sprinted off down the corridor, his cheeks pink. But before he rounded the corridor, I swear I saw him glance back longingly at me. Chapter 12 Hogwarts Hide and Seek. Here, Lee Jordan said to me one evening in the common room, did you know that there's a way to store information in your head apart from studying? No, I said, my eyes narrowing suspiciously. Well, you see, he said, grinning. You balance your textbook on top of your head for the entire night. Due to the laws of gravity, the information will sink through the textbook, through your head and into your brain. He finished. Oh really? I said suspiciously. Fred and George were stifling giggles in the chairs across from us. That's awesome, Ron said, next to the twins. He snatched up a textbook, the one from potions, and balanced it on top of his head. The twins were having a very hard time holding in their laughter. Harry, who was next to me, raised an eyebrow at him. I facepalmed. You're talking shite, I said to Lee. Damn it, Lee muttered. I sniggered, and pointed to Ron. Then I pretended to draw a zip across my mouth. And Harry did likewise. Us five watched Ron balancing a potions textbook on his head for the rest of the night. I was feeling in one of those moods. You know, where you Jew. Saint need to prank everything in your path. In the next potions lesson, when we were waiting for Snape to arrive, I discussed in whispers what we were to do when Snape came in with Harry and Ron. Then he swept in like a giant bat. Dun 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 dun. Snape glared around at the class, looking for the source of the noise. Dun 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 dun. Quiet, class, he barked. But still, the noise carried on. Dun 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 dun. He finally located the source of the noise. Miss Potter, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Weasley, you are to stop talking when I say. 10 points each from Gryffindor. Ron, Harry and I high-fived. Dash dash dash. In the next class, Professor McGonagall was rambling about something or other. I was really bored, so, of course, I did what any prankster, time-waster, skiver, slacker, etc. would do. I put up my hand. Yes, Miss Potter. Professor McGonagall asked, when are we going to learn how to saw a lady in half? I asked, really, Miss Potter, really? Professor McGonagall said wearily. Yeah, I grinned. Never, Professor McGonagall said, before going back to her incredibly boring lecture. I don't think she ever found out that it was me, Terry, Peeves, Fred, and George throwing those dung bombs. Lavender, Parvati, I asked my two friends as we strolled around the school grounds. Yeah, Lavender giggled. We had just finished disc. Ussing how much Prattinson resembles a pug. Parvati looked at me enquiringly. I was thinking, wouldn't it be awesome if we had a school ball? I said, ooh. They both squealed. As three then went into a full-scale rant on what would happen and stuff. Lav was ranting about what outfits and shoes she would get. Parv was expressing her thoughts about what boys she would go with, and how she thought the Great Hall would be decorated. Me, I was giggling about how I could cause mayhem. Half an hour later, and we were outside Professor McGonagall's office. We knocked on the door. Come in, the professor called. Our trio all trooped in. Yes, Professor McGonagall inquired. You ask her, Lavender whispered, giggling. No, you ask her, Parvati hissed. All warred bravely. Professor, we're wondering if we could have a school ball. Dash dash dash. Another 15 minutes later, and we were standing in front of the gargoyle which guarded the spiral staircase leading up to the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall sent us here to ask Professor Dumbledore about the ball, seeing as she was only the deputy. The only thing was, she hadn't told us the password. Sugar quills. Chocolate frogs. What about fizzing Whizbees? I tried, and the gargoyle slid aside, and the spiral staircase began to move upwards. Fizzing Whizbees, then. Must tell Fred and George later. Fred and George had told me that the headmaster's password was always a name of a sweet. We knocked on an office door. Come in, a voice called. For another 15 minutes, we all discussed the ball. Professor Dumbledore agreed, and what's more, he suggested to have a ball every 2 years. The balls were going to take place every 2 Januaries. Lavender and Parvati got very excited about this, and I was sniggering, thinking of all the chaos I could make. But before Professor Dumbledore sent us off with a merry goodbye, I got the feeling he was studying me curiously. Weird. Listen up, guys. I called across the common room one night. Anyone who wishes to play Hogwarts hide and seek, line up here. I grinned. Immediately, the entire of Gryffindor house got up and went into a line. Wow, okay, I said. Well, we're going to need a lot of seekers, then. A lot of seekers, as in Quidditch seekers? Ron asked, confused. No, dork, hide and seek seekers, I said. Who's up for it? Me, Fred, George, Lee, a few random people. And, oddly, Hermione said. Okay, count to 100, and when you've finished, come find us. I said, then leapt out the portrait hole with the rest of my house. What is this? I heard the fat lady shriek as we all took off down the corridor. We all rounded the corner, then split up. Good luck, I called to Gryffindor house, laughing. I tore up the wide spiral staircase leading up to Professor Trelawney's trapdoor. I hid behind a wall on the way up. I jumped as someone slid in behind me. But it was only Harry. Great minds think alike, we chorused, and burst out laughing. Then we heard Fred and George's voices from down the spiral staircase. Harry and I began to slowly creep upwards. I heard them. They've got to be up here somewhere. Fred said. I saw them. They must be here. George said. We continued up the spiral staircase and darted into a corridor. We sprinted lightly through the corridors, and hid in a broom cupboard. But Ron was already there. Hello, Ron, we said simultaneously. Ron just looked at us weirdly. What is it with people looking at us like that when we say things at the same time? We were last to be found by hiding in that particular broom closet. It was a fun experience, us chatting about life in there, apart from Ron looking at Harry occasionally with a face that said, I want to kick you out, so I can lock us in this broom cupboard. And snog Daisy, I am very good at reading looks. Sometimes I wish I wasn't. Anyway, so after that, we played another game, though Fred, George, and Hermione weren't seekers this time. We all hid in Professor McGonagall's office, until she came in and screamed at us to get out. Then, the next time, Harry, Ron and I were all seekers, and we found the lot. Because we're awesome like that. I don't think that Ron ever found out that Lee was lying about the gravity thing. We're going to make Hogwarts hide and seek a tradition. Chapter 13 Halloween. On Halloween morning, I woke to the bizarre smell of pumpkins in the corridors. In Charms, Professor Flitwick announced that we were ready to start making objects fly. I had been dying to do that ever since he made Neville's toad zoom around the classroom. Professor Flitwick put us all into pairs, and I was with Terry. Harry was with Seamus, and Ron was with Hermione. The pair didn't seem too happy with this arrangement. Something that Terry and I giggled about for the rest of the class. Hermione hadn't been speaking to any of us. Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing. Professor Flitwick squeaked, who was perched on top of his stack of books as usual. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the words properly is important too. Never forget Wizard Barufio, who said S instead of F, and found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. Well, that must have been pretty bizarre. I commented to Terry, sniggering, and he fell off his chair, letting out peals of laughter. It wasn't that hard, but I think that Hermione and I were the only ones that got it. Terry kept getting distracted with all the swish and flick jokes we were making. Seamus, at the next table, got so impatient that he prodded the feather he had that he was supposed to be sending skywards with his wand and set fire to it. Harry and I had to put it out with our hats. Ron, at another table, wasn't having any luck at all. Wingardium Leviosa, he was always shouting, waving his long arms like a windmill. You're saying it wrong, Hermione snapped. It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long. You do it, then, if you're so clever. Ron snarled. Hermione rolled up the sleeves of her gown, flicked her wand and said, Wingardium Leviosa. At the same time my feather decided to rise. Our feathers hovered about 4 feet in the air above us, and Hermione and I grinned at each other. Oh, well done, Professor Flitwick cried, clapping. Look here, everyone, Miss Potter and Miss Granger have done it. Ron was in a very bad mood by the end of the class. It's no wonder nobody can stand her. Ron said to Harry and me in the end of class. She's a nightmare, honestly. No, she isn't, I said, as someone pushed past Harry. It was Hermione. I caught a glimpse of her face, and I was startled to see that she was in tears. I think she heard you, Harry said. He was also gazing after her with an expression that told me that he'd seen her face too. Well, no shit, I said. I turned to Ron. How could you be so insensitive? Now look what you've done. Ron looked uncomfortable. Well, she must have noticed she's got no friends. I heard him mutter to Harry as I charged after Hermione. It tore my heart into shreds to see Hermione cry. That was my one and only weakness. Aside from loved ones and friends. People who are weaker than me are showing weakness. I don't like it, and I try everything in my power to stop it. I followed her to a girl's bathroom. I met Lavender and Parvati on the way. Hermione's crying. I told them quietly. We entered the bathroom. I heard sobbing coming from the end cubicle. Hermione. I sighed, walking over to it. Are you okay, Hermione? Lavender asked softly. More sobbing. Hermione, what's wrong? Parvati whispered. A choked sob. Leave me alone. Look, you girls go on to class. I'll stay here, I said to them. They nodded and left. I spent the rest of the afternoon in the cubicle next to Hermione's, telling her about how boys are insensitive and how they never care about girls feeling when they're 11, and all that jazz. After a while, she stopped sobbing. That's it, Miney. There's nothing to cry about. Ron and Harry are just a pair of insensitive boys. I comforted. Then I heard a creak, and Hermione's cubicle door opened. I stood up, and hugged her. She started sobbing again, into my shoulder. I have no friends, she cried. I may know it all. Everyone hates me, and I'm so ugly. My hair is so bushy, and I have rabbit teeth. Quote, Hermione. I told her softly. Everyone wants to have brains like yours. I envy your cleverness. I'm sure Ronald does too. You know, that's why he acts like this. Because he's infuriated that he's not as smart as you. No one hates you, Hermione, not really. The Slytherins obviously do, but they hate all of Gryffindor, don't they? And you are so not ugly. Your hair is so pretty. And I'm sure magic could sort out your teeth, if they really bother you. They don't bother me, or Ron, or anybody else bother anyone, anyway. They're your teeth, not theirs. You can look however you want to look. And you know what, Miney? She lifted her head slightly. I'm your friend. She laughed, and hugged me tighter, then let go and wiped her eyes. You're such a good friend, Days. So those are our nicknames, then. I laughed. Miney and Days. Hermione laughed. Well, we'd better get to the feast. Thank you so much, Daisy. We hugged again, before walking to the door. But halfway to it, we smelled a really bad smell. It was so gross. Then something thundered in, dragging a moldy club behind it. A troll. For some reason, the mean troll face popped up in my mind, and I snorted. So not the time, Daisy. Why'd you laugh? This isn't funny, Hermione wailed. I just thought of a meme. I sniggered. The troll then suddenly spotted us. Run, I shrieked, and we darted around the troll and to the door. But someone had locked it. WTF. The troll turned towards us again. Hermione screamed and darted around it again. I followed. It took a swing at us with its club, and I shrieked as it nearly hit me. It skimmed along the ground, and I jumped over it as it went to hit me, like a skipping rope. Hermione and I flattened ourselves against the wall. Hermione looked as if she was about to faint. And I did what I always did in situations where I was scared or panicked. I did what was familiar to me. I made puns. Hey, Hermione, I called to her. This troll really trolled us, I burst out in breathy and somewhat panicked laughter. Hermione just stared at me with a look that was basically saying, weirdo. Then the door banged open. Harry and Ron, who were both extremely pale, sprinted towards the troll, as I made another pun. This situation stinks. Harry looked at me with understanding. He knows how I am in these sort of situations. But Ron facepalmed. What the heck are you gonna do? I screamed across to them. Confuse it, Harry shouted desperately. Hold on, Daisy. Harry seized a tap and threw it hard against the wall. The troll stopped. It lumbered around, blinking stupidly, to see what had made the noise. It hesitated, then started towards Harry, raising its club as it went. "Harry!" I yelled. I sprinted towards Ron, who was at the other end of the chamber, and clutching a metal pipe. "Do something with it, goddamn it!" "Oi! P-brain!" Ron yelled, and threw the pipe at it. The troll didn't seem to notice the pipe hitting its shoulder, but it heard the yell and paused again, turning its ugly snout towards Ron and me instead, giving Harry and Hermione time to run around it. "Come on, run, run!" Harry shouted. The ELLS seemed to be driving the troll berserk. It roared again and started towards Ron and me, who had no way to escape. Harry then did something that was both very brave and very stupid. He took a running leap and managed to fasten his arms around the troll's neck from behind. The troll couldn't feel Harry hanging there, but even a troll would notice if you stick a long piece of wood up its nose. Harry's wand had still been in his hand when he jumped. "Harry, you stupid bastard!" I yelled, as the troll flailed around in pain. Hermione had sunk to the floor in fright. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Ron then shouted next to me. What the hell was he? The troll's club rose up into the air as the door banged open for the second time. Terry, Fred, George, and, bizarrely, Draco and Blaise Zabini burst in. "Terry heard Harry and Ron say that you and Hermione didn't know about the troll, and he told us, and we figured that we should go and find you, and these two dorks tagged along as well, for some reason. I thought you were enemies," Fred said all in one breath. "This is quite a big problem," I punned again, gesturing at the troll. "Are you all right?" Terry gasped, and threw himself at me. He threw his arms around my neck and hugged me, and I patted him on the back, saying, "Why so emotional?" Terry drew back and looked into my eyes, looking as if he was about to say something, when there was a loud thud. Ron had dropped the club on top of the troll's head. The troll was falling over, and I was right underneath it. "Daisy!" Draco yelled, and a solid force knocked into me, sending me to the floor and away from the falling troll. I rolled like a ninja as soon as I hit the ground. It was my dragon. He helped me up, and embraced me. "You okay?" he asked, staring into my eyes. "Of course," I scoffed, but hugged back, though I might be deafened by that thud. It was as loud as a troll falling. I saw, out of the corner of my eye, Terry standing to the side, staring at Draco and I with a disgruntled expression. Was he jealous, really? Or maybe he was just fed up with my dumbass puns. "Look, about what I said on the train, and about anything else I've said to you, your brother, and your friends. And about what my cousin did," he grimaced, "I'm really sorry." "Okay, I am so sorry that I did and said those things, and that I have an absolutely foul cousin, who I will forbid to go anywhere near you again. I'm sorry." He looked me in the eye again. He had wonderful eyes, gray with a hint of blue. "I forgive you." I smiled softly. His gaze flickered down a few inches, then back up again. Then a loud bang made us look up. The others, who had all been talking amongst themselves, looked up too. Professor McGonagall burst into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat down on one of the toilets, clutching his heart. "Quirrell looks like he's been trolled," I punned. Snape bent over the troll. Professor McGonagall was looking at me, Harry, Ron, Draco, Terry, Blaise, and the twins. I had never seen her so angry, not even when I had pranked her. "What on earth were you thinking of?" she said, cold fury in her voice. Harry, George and I looked over at Ron, who was still standing with his wand in the air. He hadn't put it down, not even when the others came in. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Snape gave Harry and I swift, piercing looks. Harry looked at the ground, whereas I stood up straighter, and looked back. Then a small voice came out of the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me." "Miss Granger." Hermione had managed to get to her feet at last. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, you know, because I've read all about them." Ron dropped his wand. Hermione Granger, telling a downright lie to a teacher. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now. They didn't have time to come and fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived. Well, In that case, Professor McGonagall said, staring at us all. Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you think you could tackle a mountain troll on your own? 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor House. I'm very disappointed in you. If you're not hurt at all, you'd better get off to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing the feast in their houses. Hermione left. Professor McGonagall turned to the rest of us. Well, I still say you were all lucky. But not many first and third years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. You each win your houses 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go. We all hurried out of the chamber. Bye, I said quietly to Draco and Blaise, who waved and disappeared around the corner, not before Draco had given me yet another of those wistful looks of his. Then Terry broke off from us on the way up to his tower. You sure you're all right? You're really pale. Terry asked me quietly. Oh BVs. I told him. Now, off you go. I grinned. He smiled and headed off down a corridor, stopping at the corner to give me another smile and a wave. Then we all set off for Gryffindor Tower. Fred and George purposely hung back from Harry and Ron to fall into step beside me. We saw the way you were looking at Malfoy. Daisy, Fred said, do you like him, or do you love him? But what about Terry's looking at you? Malfoy was looking at you like that too, and you were looking like that at both of them. So we think there's a bit of a love triangle going on here. George finished. No, guys, we're just friends. They both grinned at me. Oh, shut up, pig snout, I said as we reached the fat lady. We all climbed through the portrait hole. There were sweets everywhere. Sweets, I screamed. Everyone looked up and started laughing as I dove for the humongous piles of sweets. Hermione joined our group as I strode back over to them with a huge armful of sweets. Thanks, us four all said to one another. From then on, Hermione became a part of our group. There are so many things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. Another is comforting someone in the girls' toilets. And also, for the rest of the night, I was extremely hyper. I had too many E-numbers. It was so much fun. Chapter 14 Quidditch. Terry's Paw. Hey, I greeted my friends as we all met on Saturday morning in the Ravenclaw common room. Hi, Michael Corner said. Hello. Anthony Goldstein groaned. I sniggered. He was not a morning person. Hey, Amy said brightly, bounding over. She, on the other hand, was a morning bird. Let's go down. Daisy and Harry need our support. She beamed. It was the morning of the first Quidditch match of the season. It was Gryffindor against Slytherin. We were all for Gryffindor, of course. We all trooped down to the Great Hall. Daisy was already there at the Gryffindor table, with her head in her hands. Harry was a delicate shade of green. Daisy, come on, you have to eat something. Hermione said. Yeah, I said, slinging an arm around Daisy's shoulders. Seekers get fouled the most, so you need your strength to foul them back. Thanks a lot, Terry. She muttered. I cool. Didn't bear the idea of Daisy being fouled. She's so small and delicate looking, she'd probably get knocked off her broom if a big gust of wind came. I dread to think what would happen to her if one of them Slytherin brutes whacked a bludger at her, or if they, accidentally, hit her with one of their bats, or if she got knocked off her broom really high up in the air. Stop it, Terry, she's skilled. I'm sure she can handle herself. The thing is, I'm worried about her. Gryffindors and Slytherins have massive conflict. And, I think I have a crush on her. I mean, I feel really overprotective about her, it's weird. And I want to really hurt anyone who hurts her. She's always on my mind. I want to be with her all the time, just to hear her laugh, to see her smile. And when passing a broom closet with Daisy, while wandering the corridors, I just have this really strong desire to drag her into it and snog her. So yeah, anyway. Seamus was telling Harry about how he'd need his strength. Chasers get fouled a lot, too. Hermione was still trying to coax Daisy to eat. Ron was trying to persuade both of the twins to eat, and I was sitting here with my arm around Daisy. It just felt so right. It's time to go, Daisy said, standing up. I withdrew my arm, reluctantly. I saw Fred and George wink at me, then look pointedly at Daisy as they entered the hall. I flipped them off, my face burning. I'd told them about my crush on Daisy about a week ago. Daisy, you'll be brilliant. Fred said to Daisy. You too, Harry. Yeah. Don't worry about it too much, twins. You'll faint. George added. They grabbed some toast before following us outside, sniggering. Oh, great, Harry said sarcastically, putting an arm around Daisy as she turned pale from George's sentence. Hey you, Potter twins. We'll be running underneath you holding mattresses. Felix Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson strode past, smirking. I'll kick their asses if they say anything else. Shut up, I called after them as Daisy and Harry drew closer together, now looking even more pale, but determined. Good luck, I called to them, as both sets of twins headed towards the changing rooms. Daisy gave me a small, fleeting SMI. Before entering the small Gryffindor building at the Quidditch pitch. Hermione, Ron and I got seats. About half the school was already there, and the rest were filing in. Fancy meeting you here, a drawling voice said from behind us. Draco Malfoy, he and his friend, Blaise Zabini, were sitting in the row behind us. I rolled my eyes and faced forwards again. Going to ignore me? Well, all right then, he sneered, but thankfully didn't say anything else. Daisy's paw. What was I thinking? What the hell was I thinking? I can't fly. I can't play Quidditch, not in front of the entire school. I can't catch the snitch. What the hell was I thinking? Calm down, Daisy. Harry sent me a message. It's going to be all right. No it isn't, I fretted. Daisy, why so tense? Fred said, noticing me shaking. You'll be fine, George added. I finished fastening my red and gold cloak, and sat down, still shaking slightly, on one of the benches. The twins sat on either side of me and threw their arms around my shoulders. We're in it to win it, bud. George said. We've seen you fly, we're sure to win. Fred agreed. Come on, Daisy, Harry said quietly. We can do this. There was silence for a few moments as they each tried to think of something else to cheer me up. Think about Floppy and Pattinson's faces when we win, Fred said, looking at me with a small smirk on his face and nudging me. Against my will, my face spread into a grin. That's the spirit, George and Harry said together, and looked at each other with surprise. Oliver came in with Angelina Johnson and Katie, who were the other chasers. He gave us all a pep talk. But I didn't really listen. I couldn't listen. I was too busy focusing on the cheers outside. Unfortunately, we all had to go outside eventually. We meandered at what seemed to me a much too fast pace onto the Quidditch pitch. A banner fluttered up ahead that said, Potters for President. Hermione, Ron, Seamus, Neville, and Dean had made that. Suddenly, I felt a little braver. Harry grabbed my hand and squeezed it. I squeezed back. Madam Hooch said something or other. Oliver walked forwards, shook a Slytherin guy's flint hand, and we all mounted our brooms when Madam Hooch told us to. Well, I followed what everyone else was doing. I couldn't hear anything. A whistle blew in the distance, and we all took off. Harry gave me a fleeting grin before taking off with the quaffle. I flew high, and kept out of the action. I wanna be in the action, but Oliver said that the best way to not get fouled was to keep out of it, and I do not wanna end up in the hospital wing. But this isn't as bad as I had thought this morning. I scoured the pitch for the snitch, but there was no sign of it. Yet, a Slytherin knocked a bludger towards me, and I rolled over so that I was upside down on my broom, and the bludger soared over me, avoiding me by an inch. George pelted after it. Nice trick, Daisy, he called to me as he whizzed past me. And out of nowhere another bludger came at me. I dodged it, but it came whizzing around again in an arc unexpectedly and crashed into my foot just as I rolled over again. Fuck, I cursed. Fred came shooting towards it. You okay, Daze? He yelled as he sent it towards Flint, who had the quaffle. Yeah, I called back. My foot felt like the bones in it were broken or something, though. It felt like it was on fire. The bludger hit Flint, causing him to drop the quaffle and Harry to snatch it. He soared towards the goalposts, and then, he scored. I did a triple loop-de-loop. And Harry Potter of Gryffindor scores 10 points added to the Gryffindor total. Lee's commentary faded as I resumed my search for the snitch. Draco's paw. Daisy was flying around up there like she'd been flying all her life. She's so amazing. Her black curly hair flew out behind her as she soared above the other players, the perfect image of a heroine. She's my heroine, both in the sense of a hero, and of the drug. Hagrid, the gamekeeper, oafed that Daisy, unfortunately, was sitting in the row directly in front of me, thankfully, so I can see the game. Boot, Granger, and Weasley were also sitting in front of me. But I've got to make an effort with them. For Daisy. Wait a moment, was that the snitch? Lee Jordan said in his commentary. Daisy and Higgs, the Slytherin seeker, raced towards it, but Daisy was faster. I don't know if that makes me panic or feel happy. I think it's feel happy. Then, suddenly, Marcus Flint smashed into Daisy, sending her veering off course. Foul. The Gryffindors roared with rage. I roared with rage along with them. Calm down, Draco. You're a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. Shouldn't you be laughing that Potter got hurt? Blaise smirked. No, I snarled. You shouldn't be laughing either. I added with venom. Blaise stared at me for a moment. All right, he said finally. Dean Thomas of Gryffindor was yelling. Send him off, ref. Red card. This isn't football, Dean. Weasley told him. You can't send people off in Quidditch, and what's a red card? Jordan was obviously finding it difficult to not take sides. So, after that obvious and disgusting bit of cheating, Jordan, growled Professor McGonagall, I mean, after that open and revolting foul, Jordan, I'm warning you. All right. Flint nearly kills the Gryffindor seeker, which could happen to anyone, I'm sure. So a penalty to Gryffindor, taken by Potter, who puts it away, no trouble, and we continue play, Gryffindor still in possession. I resumed watching Daisy. She was now flying one-handed, one hand clutching her broom, the other holding her foot. She must have heard it when that bludger smacked into it, and now it was hurting worse because Flint crashed into her. Oh, I'm going to kill him. Then, I saw her broom start to jerk. What on earth was she doing? Then it started to jerk even more, and zigzag around the pitch. Wait, that can't be her doing that, she's not stupid. Anyway, why would she do that? For heaven's sake, someone's jinxing the broom. I looked around at the Slytherin team members. Who could be doing it? Then the entire crowd gasped. Daisy's broom had given a very big and sudden jerk, and Daisy swung off it, holding on by only one hand. Harry Potter stopped playing, and immediately soared over to help her back onto her broom. But her broom jerked away from him. He tried again, but this time to pull her onto his broom behind him, but she suddenly jerked upwards again. Fred and George Weasley tried to help, trying to pull her onto the back of their brooms. But every time her broom jerked upwards. No, you idiots, she's just going to jerk up further into the air if you keep on trying to save her. Leave it, and, oh, I dunno, I expect I would be doing the same thing if I were up there. The three of them settled for circling around underneath her, ready to catch her if she fell. What if she fell? What if the broom gave another sudden jerk, she was thrown off? And they couldn't catch her. This can't be happening. I felt myself start to panic about Daisy. Blaise poked me, smirking again. What's up, Draco? You actually look pale, and you're all sweaty and you're shaking. I ignored him. Surely you're not worried for the girl, he said with an amused expression. She's a Gryffindor, she deserves to die. I swung round in my seat and punched him in the face. He jerked back, clutching his now bleeding nose. What the hell, Draco? Then I heard a whisper of, leave it to me. Then Granger left. Where was she going? It was all happening so quickly. Then, the broom gave one last jerk, and suddenly, Daisy was falling through the air. Fred Weasley caught her, and in one swift movement, she was on the back of his broom. Her arms around his waist. I felt myself sit back shakily in my seat. I was so scared. I think I have a crush on her. I just want to be with her everywhere, making her laugh, making her smile. I can't bear to see her suffer or hurt, it actually makes me feel pain. I want to hurt everyone who hurts her, I want to snog her. Every day, but if she likes, and wants to be with someone else, I wouldn't care. I just want her to be happy. I'm in love with Daisy Lily Potter. Daisy's paw. Phew, I thought I was going to die there. I was sitting on the back of Fred's broom behind him, my arms around his waist. You all right, Fred turned his head slightly, grinning at me, but I was surprised to see that his face was paper white. Then I saw that George and Harry were the same. Yeah, I nodded. There goes your broom, Fred said to me. My broom was falling through the air above us. Then, just as it was about to pass us, I took a leap. There were horrified gasps ringing through the stadium as I fell through the air. But they turned to admiring whoops as I landed vertically on my broom, twirled on it, then righted it so that it was horizontal again. My broom was back to normal. Yay, Neville, you can look. I heard Ron shout in the crowd below. I didn't realize I was so close to the stands. Whatever. Neville appeared to be sobbing into Hagrid's coat. Then I saw it, the familiar glint of gold, and suddenly I was speeding towards the ground, but I was going faster than I anticipated, and I landed on the pitch on all fours. My foot was on fire, and I spat something into my hand. The snitch. I got the snitch, I yelled, waving it around, and the game ended in complete confusion. Harry, Fred, and George landed near me. Ron, Hermione, Terry, and Draco were running over to me from the stands. Nice one, Daisy. They were all yelling, except for Draco. We've got to get you to the hospital wing. He told me. He didn't look sad that his team lost. In fact, he looked sort of happy. I stood up, tried to put weight on my foot, felt myself turn pale, then crumpled back to the ground again. Okay, you obviously can't walk there, Fred said, and he swooped me up into his arms bridal style. Fred, I squealed, and, laughing, we all set off for the castle. Chapter 15 I show not your face but your heart's desire. It was Snape. Ron was explaining to Harry, Fred, George, and I. Hermione and I saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering, he wouldn't take his eyes off you. He mustn't have been able to curse Harry's at the same time he was cursing yours. Rubbish, Hagrid said, who had come up to the hospital wing about 5 minutes after my group had came. Why would Snape do something like that? I was sitting on a hospital bed, my foot slow. WLY healing due to a potion Madame Pomfrey had made me take. The group were all around me. Harry was sitting beside me with his arm around my shoulders. Fred and George were perching on the edge of the bed on the other side of me. Terry had collapsed into a chair beside the bed. Hagrid was standing at the foot of it. Ron and Hermione were leaning against the wall, and Draco was still here, oddly, as he had never got on with my group. He was leaning against the wall with Ron and Hermione, and had been talking quietly to them before Ron had spoke up. He was shooting me worried, and admiring. What? Glances every now and then. Ron, Hermione, Harry and I did a four-way glance at each other. Then Harry spoke up. I found out something about him. He told Hagrid. He tried to get past that three-headed dog at Halloween. It bit him. We think he was trying to steal whatever it's guarding. Harry had gone to get a book off Snape that he had took off him earlier that day, only to find that Phil CH was taking care of a wound on Snape's leg, and that he was saying, how are you supposed to keep your eyes on all three heads at once? How do you know about Fluffy? Hagrid sounded shocked. Fluffy. The four of us chorused. Terry, Fred and George looked up momentarily, before going back into a hushed discussion. Yeah, he's mine. Bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the... Yes, Harry said eagerly. Now, don't ask me any more. Hagrid said gruffly. That's top secret, that is. But the greasy slimeball's trying to steal it. I said. Rubbish. Hagrid said again. Snape's odd do nothing of the sort. And, you shouldn't call him a slimeball, Daisy. Though I saw his beard twitch when he said that. So why did he just try and kill Daisy? Draco cried. If what we saw, Ron said was true, then. I know a jinx when I see one. Hagrid, I've read all about them. You've got to keep eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking at all, I saw him. Hermione exclaimed. I'm tellin' ye, wrong. Hagrid said hotly. I don't know why Daisy's broom acted like that, but Snape wouldn't try and kill a student. Now, listen to me, all R of ye, meddlin' in things that don't concern ye. It's dangerous. You forget that dog, and you forget what it's guardin'. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Aha, I grinned. So there's someone called Nicholas Flamel involved, is there? Hagrid looked furious with himself. One morning in mid-December, I woke up to several feet of snow. I saw it through the window in my dormitory. I leapt up, and piled on layer upon layer of school clothes to keep me warm, and charged down to the common room. Fred and George were already there, bundled up like me. They grinned at me as I came up to them. "Let's go," they chorused, and they marched on either side of me as we made our way down to the entrance hall. We scurried outside. I spotted Professor Quirrell taking a stroll, with his turban still on. He hadn't taken it off all year, the weirdo. The twins and I whispered excitedly. Then, before he knew it, Quirrell had snowballs flying into the back of his turban. My scar was starting to twinge. I ignored it. My wand was vibrating slightly, and was warm. I could feel energy coming off it, and I felt sure it was giving me adrenaline. Dogwood, I remembered. Dogwood likes to play pranks. I smirked evilly and waved my wand in a circular motion at the snow again. Another snowball began to form, and then I flicked my wand upwards. The snowball rose, and then I ished my wand in the direction of Quirrell, and the snowball whizzed through the air and hit the back of his turban again. He was looking around, cowering slightly, for the culprits of the snowball enchanters. Fred, George, and I low-fived. Then 3 snowballs hit us from behind. "If you're all having so much fun, why didn't you invite me?" Terry grinned as he dashed quickly over to us. He was wearing layer upon layer of clothing too. We all began enchanting again. "But wait," I shouted. "What about if we all huddled together in discussion, then broke apart, grinning mischievously. We enchanted the snowballs to follow Quirrell around for the day, hitting off the back of his turban. All 4 of us got discovered in a detention. Then, later, Amy, Shannon, Suzanne, and I head out to Hogsmeade to buy Christmas presents for everybody. My list was like this. Harry, sweets XD and a globe of the moon, because why not? P. Ron, sweets OBVS and something Muggle Y, like a poster that doesn't move XD. Hermione, lots and lots of books. Terry, Zonko's products dung bombs, multiplying rabbits, etc. and a wizard watch, because who doesn't like them XP. Fred, fireworks, OBVs. George, fireworks too, because we're going to need a lot for our last prank of the year. Greater than laughing face. Amy, lots of awesome banners for the Tutshill Tyrandos, and cool merchandise, because she obsesses over the tornadoes like no tomorrow. Weird child. Suzanne, a plush toy badger, because she loves badgers, being a Hufflepuff and cheeky smiley face. Shannon, fancy quills, because that girl loves quills, and is the strangest girl ever. Apart from me XD. Lee, Zonko's shite XD Seamus, a toy leprechaun evil smiley face. Dean, another West Ham footy poster, to annoy Ron with laughing face. Neville, marijuana. JK, a magical plant, instead XD lavender, some lavender. OBVS, Parvati, a cute ornamental butterfly. Yay, Katie, a toy broomstick XD. Leanne, sweets, because she loves sweets XD. Lewis, more sweets XD. Kurt, yet more sweets. God, my group are fat. Ernie, quills and ink, BC that boy likes to study, the weirdo. Justin, a pygmy puff. He's always wanted one of those XD. Michael, a stuffed eagle. Nah, not really, just a plush eagle, because Ravenclaw. Anthony, an alarm clock, hee hee. Padma, an ornamental bird. BC YOLO. Aunt Petunia, flowers cheeky smiley face. Uncle Vernon, a drill. Because he likes drills, doesn't he? That's what his company's all about. Drills. Dudley, a plush pig. To remind him of Hagrid. XD. Then there was the bottom of the list. Draco, closing parenthesis. Draco, let me tell you a secret. I have no idea what he likes. Oh, I looked up from my list. Alrighty, let's go to Honeyduke's first. I said. We bought loads of sweets, not just for presents, but for ourselves as well. So many sweets. Shannon gushed, her eyes sparkling as she looked down into her bag. So many colors. Suzanne giggled, her eyes sparkling too. So much sugar. Amy grinned, already stuffing her face. So many hyper firsties. I sniggered. Before we all broke into the shrieking shack and camped out there, eating sweets. Then, when we'd out-giggled our hyperness, we resumed shopping. We had all soon bought what we needed, except for me. I was still one present short. Then I saw it. It was in the window of one of the shops. It was a beautiful glass daisy, something which you would put on your windowsill, and when the light of the sun hit it, it would send rainbows all over the place, only this one was more intense, because it was magic, I suppose. It sent rainbows, yes, but it was sending something else, too. Little images were sent everywhere. Moving. One showed Dudley giving me a piggy bag in a forest park. Another showed me and Harry giggling with our arms around each other in a corner in the common room. One showed Hermione and I hugging in the girls' bathroom. Ron and I sniggering at the Gryffindor table. Fred carrying me to the hospital wing. Me and the team after we won the Quidditch match. Tay, RRY and me searching for secret passageways in our first week. Me and the twins enchanting snowballs. Shannon, Amy, Suzanne, and I in the shrieking shack, giggling. Draco and me staring into each ours eyes after the troll got knocked out. Fred, George, Terry, Ron, Hermione, Amy, Suzanne, Shannon, Draco, Harry, and me, just together. Laughing. The sign beneath the daisy read, "This shows your happiest memories, so that in bad times, or times in which you are away from your friends and loved ones, you'll remember the good times." I went in and bought it. Yeah, I wanted it, but I wanted to give it to Draco. I think he'd like it. When I sent it off in its box with Snidget to his house, Malfoy Manor, I remembered the note I'd sent with it. Dragon, this daisy, I hope, will remind you of me. Because it shows your happiest memories on the walls when you put it in the sunlight. Hope I'm one of your sunny rays. Daisy. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I had been searching the library ever since Hagrid had let slip Nicholas Flamel's name, because how else were we going to find out what Snape was trying to steal? But we'd been through loads of books already, and we hadn't found his name mentioned once. Harry and I were wondering if he could be in the restricted section. But the thing was, it was restricted, obviously. We would need a signed note from a teacher to get in, and that wasn't happening. Harry and I were staying at Hogwarts over Christmas, as well as Ron, Fred, George, Percy, Amy, Shannon, and Suzanne. Terry and Hermione were going home. We were all having much too good of a time to think about Flamel, though. Harry, Ron, the twins and I all sat by the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room toasting marshmallows over it. We were also plotting ways to get Floppy and Pattinson expelled, which was fun to talk about even if they wouldn't work. Ron had also started teaching Harry and I wizard chess, something that Harry wasn't very good at, and I was. I was a champion at chess back in the Muggle world, and I seemed to play it just as good with wizard chess. Neville had lent me his bed in the Gryffindor first-year boys' dormitory, as Lavender, Parvati, and Hermione had all gone home. Amos had all gone too. So that I wouldn't be alone. On Christmas morning, I woke up to a large pile of presents at the foot of my bed. "Happy Christmas," Ron muttered sleepily to Harry and I, who seemed to have both woken at exactly the same time. "Yay for twin powers." "You too," we both said back. "I got presents," Harry said. "What did you expect, turnips?" Ron asked, as I opened my presents. Dudley got me a hairpin that had a little china daisy on the end. It was so cute. I immediately pinned it in my hair. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon got me a new mobile phone. I tried to turn it on, but it went all haywire and turned itself off again. Okay, Hogwarts, why you no let Muggle electronics work? Padma and Parvati got me cute little bows which you tie your hair up with. Anthony and Michael got me a plush lion and lioness. Were they conspiring? Justin got me a pygmy puff key ring. Ernie got me ink which turned from color to color as you write. Sweet. Leanne, Louis, and Kurt all got me sweets. So many sweets. Katie got me a snitch of my own. Yay. Lavender got me some daisies. Did they all look at my list? Neville got me a toy toad, which actually moves and croaks like an actual toad. Awesome. Dean got me a football. Seamus got me a leprechaun hat. Lee got me lots of Zonko stuff. Shannon got me a very realistic toy snake, which, like the toad, acted and hissed like a real snake. That could be good for pranks. Suzanne made me a friendship bracelet out of dried grass. I slipped it on. It was so pretty. Amy got me a huge Gryffindor banner with a mauve-ing picture of the Gryffindor lion on it. Fred and George both got me fireworks, hee hee. Terry got me lots of Zonko's products, and another friendship bracelet. Hagrid had made me a wooden flute that sounded a bit like an owl. Hermione got me loads of books about Quidditch and spells to use in duels. Ron got me sweets. Like, did he buy the entire shop or something? There were so many sweets in that box that he got me. And he also gave me a Chudley Cannon's hat. Harry got me even more sweets, and a large poster, that, oddly, had me flying along at the Quidditch match. I didn't know they were taking wizarding photos of me. And Mrs. Weasley had made me a Weasley jumper. And some homemade fudge. That was so nice of her. And then, there was a small box left. I picked it up, and opened it. It was a glass dragon. And there was a note with it. It said, "Daisy, this dragon, when you put it on the windowsill, gives off images from your past that are your happiest memories. Hope you like, and I hope that I'm in one of them." Dragon. And, was my imagination deceiving me? Was that a faint scribbled out X at the bottom of the parchment? Oh well, I'm happy at least that I got one of these. They're awesome. Then I saw a package on the floor beside Harry and I's beds. I picked it up. It said, "To Daisy and Harry." I showed it to him. "Why do they always put your name in front of mine? I'm the older twin." He grumbled. I sniggered. We both opened it together. A silvery gray fabric slithered onto the floor, where it lay in gleaming folds. Ron gasped. "I've heard of those," he said in a hushed voice. "If that's what I think it is, they're really rare, and really valuable." "What is it?" Harry and I said simultaneously. "It's an invisibility cloak," Ron said with a look of awe on his face. "I'm sure it is. Try it on." Giggling, Harry and I stood up and wrapped ourselves in it, and Ron gave a yell. "It is. Look down." We both looked down at our feet, but they had gone. We were completely invisible, apart from our heads. "Wow, there's a note," Ron said suddenly. A note fell out of it. I seized the letter. Written in narrow, loopy writing I had never seen before were the following words. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you both. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." There was no signature. Harry and I stared at the note. "I'd give anything for one of these." Ron was admiring the cloak. "Anything. What's the matter?" I slipped the note into my pocket. "Nothing." The dormitory door flew open, and Fred and George bounded in. "Merry Christmas. Hey, look, Daisy and Harry's got Weasley jumpers too." Fred and George were wearing blue jumpers, one with a large yellow F on it, the other with a large yellow G. "They're better than ours, though," Fred said, holding up our jumpers. "She obviously makes more of an effort if you're not family." "Why aren't you wearing yours, Ron?" George demanded. "Come on, get it on. They're lovely and warm." "I hate maroon." Ron moaned half-heartedly as he pulled it over his head. "You haven't got a letter on yours." George told me, looking at my emerald green one that had little daisies patterned on it. "I suppose she thinks you don't forget your name. But we're not stupid. We know we're called Gred and Forge." I sniggered. "Gred and Forge, Oh no," Fred groaned. "Now she's going to call us that in awkward situations, aren't you?" I smirked. "You read me so well," I said smugly. "What's all this noise?" Percy Weasley stuck his head through the door, looking disapproving. He had clearly come halfway through unwrapping his presents, as he, too, carried a lumpy jumper over his arm, which Fred seized. "P for prefect. Get it on, Percy, come on, we're all wearing ours. Even the twins got them." "I don't want," said Percy thickly, as the twins forced the jumper over his head. "And you're not sitting with the prefects today, either," said George. "Christmas is a time for family." They frog-marched Percy from the room, his arms pinned to his sides by his jumper. We all spent a happy afternoon having a furious snowball fight in the grounds. Amy, Suzanne, and Shannon joined us. Then, cold, wet, and gasping, we returned to the fire in the common room, where the twins and I stole Percy's prefect badge, and he chased us all over Gryffindor Tower. Then, back in the boys' dormitory, Ron fell asleep immediately, but Harry and I stayed awake. I glanced over to Harry, and jumped to see that he was staring right back at me. "Let's go explore the school," I sent to him. "Maybe we can search the restricted section." "Good idea," he sent back. Indeed. Naturally. We both sniggered quietly. 5 minutes later, we were both under the invisibility cloak. In the restricted section, Harry was holding up a lamp. We couldn't read any of the titles, they were all in different languages. Harry shrugged at me, put the lamp down and grabbed a random book. It fell open, and it started screaming, "Da fuck." Harry immediately shoved the book back on the shelf, knocking over the lamp in the process, and it went out. "Nice, Harry, quick," I hissed, and we dove for the doorway. We slipped under Filch's arm, which was outstretched, and hurried away down the corridor. Come on, I hissed again, sprinting lightly down the corridor, tugging Harry along under the cloak. "In here, quick." I pushed open the door to a disused classroom. There was a random mirror standing in the middle. I wandered over to it. "Weird," Harry said, next to me. There was an inscription carved around the top. "Arised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi." "The heck," I muttered, reading it again. "Oh, wait a moment." I read it backwards this time. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Harry was staring into the mirror, his hand pressed against it. "Harry, what?" "Our parents, Daisy," he choked out. "Our parents." "Yeah," I muttered. "Heart's desire." My twin appeared not to hear me. "Here, let me see." I stood in front of the mirror. A very pretty woman with long red hair and green eyes that were just like mine, was standing just behind me. With a man with hazel eyes and messy black hair that stuck up at the back just like Harry's did, and like mine did when I had that pixie cut in my 5th year at Muggle school. Then the image flickered, and suddenly Terry appeared right beside me, holding my hand. He glanced over at me lovingly and pressed his lips to mine. Then it flickered again and Draco App area round my waist and the other entangled in my hair. We were snogging, then he drew back, and whispered something in my reflection's ear, and I giggled as he smiled lovingly at me. Then the image dissolved, and I was standing with my parents again. What the heck? The next night, Harry and I dragged Ron to the mirror. I can see myself, only older, and I'm head boy, and holding the house and Quidditch cups, I'm Quidditch captain. 2. And, I'm snogging Deus Ron trailed off. Harry punched him in the arm. The night after that, my brother and I went back again. Back again, Daisy, Harry. We both jumped. Professor Dumbledore was standing behind us. "We didn't see you, sir," we chorused. "Strange how short-sighted being invisible can make you." Dumbledore smiled. Harry scrunched up his nose and pushed up his glasses. I sniggered. "So, you, like hundreds of others before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Arised." "I didn't know it was called that, sir," I said, "but I expect you've realized by now what it does." I stayed silent. It shows Daisy and I our family. And it showed your friend Ron himself as head boy." "How did you know?" "I don't need a cloak to become invisible. Now, can you think what the Mirror of Arised shows us all?" Harry shook his head. "Let me explain. The happiest man on earth would be able to use the Mirror of Arised like a normal mirror. That is, he would look into it and see himself exactly as he is. Does that help? It shows us our heart's desire." I spoke up. "Yes," Dumbledore said quietly. "It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts." "I'm going to kill Ron," Harry muttered. He was going on about snogging Daisy. "I mean, if she's his deepest, most desperate desire." Dumbledore went on to explain how people have wasted away in front of it, and that it would be moved somewhere else tomorrow. We both stood up. "Sir, Professor Dumbledore, can I ask you something?" Harry asked. "Obviously, you've just done so." Dumbledore smiled. "You may ask me one more thing, however. What do you see when you look in the mirror?" I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks." We both stared. "One can never have enough socks," he said. "Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books. Well, at least I know what to get you next Christmas, Professor." I joked. Chapter 16 The Awkward Happenings of Gryffindor Tower. The day before the others all came back, Harry and I agreed that we could show Fred and George, and when they came back, Terry and Hermione the invisibility cloak. So I brought the twins up to the boys' dormitory. Guys, this is it. This could be our new pranking object. Along with the Marauders map. I told them, as I whipped open Harry's trunk. What? The twins chorused. This. I pulled out the silvery, shimmering fabric. They gasped. As that. It is. Bloody hell. Blimey. I grinned at them both, and whipped the cloak over me. Try and find me. I laughed, and sprinted out the door. You're on. I heard them chorus. I fled up the spiral staircase some more, and found the third-year boys' dormitory, which was also Fred and George's, hee. I dove under Fred's bed. George's. I think it was Fred's. No, I'm certain it's George's. Never mind. The bed of one of the twins, anyway, because there were pictures of the Weasley family on this bedside table, and the one next to its. I heard Fred and George thundering about below. I smirked, and tugged open his drawers. What to find, what to find. The drawers in this bedside table were all filled with clothes. Shirts, jeans, jackets, and school robes. I waved my wand over the school robes, muttering incantations whilst smirking evilly. I then rolled to the other side underneath the bed, still under the cloak, and searched through the bedside table on that side. This one was filled with personal possessions and junk, like Zonko's products, and the like. The bottom drawer was filled with underwear and socks. Aha! I know what else I shall do. My face looked like this, evil smiley face. I got out my wand again, and muttered different incantations, waving my it over his underwear drawer this time. Then I grinned evilly, and ninja rolled to the other twin's bed. I did the Sam E to his underwear and school robe drawers. Then the door burst open. The twins strolled in, grabbing at the air with their hands. Ha! They'll never find me. I shrinked further under the bed, into the shadows. Then I had another idea. My face then looked like this, greater than laughing face. I darted out from under the bed and stood right in the middle of the room. George advanced, waving his arms about like a zombie. The tip of his hand caught on the cloak, and nearly dragged it off. Here, he shouted to Fred triumphantly. I pulled the cloak further over me, then darted for the door, deliberately making noise. The twins followed. I got to the spiral staircase. We were only 2 stories up from the common room, and the bottom of the stairs. Fred and George stepped apprehensively onto the top step. Mistake. I shoved George, who knocked into Fred, who flew down the staircase. I fell onto the floor, crying with laughter. The cloak slipped off, but I just lay there, rolling around, feeling as if I were being tickled. Wait, I was. George was tickling me, and Fred was getting woozily to his feet at the bottom of the spiral staircase. Stop, I gasped. Hey, Forge, all right down there. I called to him, still laughing breathily. Fred flipped me off, grinning. Stop, George grinned. Nope, no, stop, please, I cried. Wingardium Leviosa, I spluttered. Wingardium Leviosa, damn it, my spell wasn't working. Wingardium Leviosa, 2 voices chorused. George flew off me and hung hovering in the air, 5 feet above me. I twisted round and grinned at Harry and Ron, who were both standing with their wands raised on the landing below us. Wingardium Leviosa, Fred yelled from the common room. I flew up and hovered in the air next to George. Sup? I asked him causally. George sniggered. Well, we're in a bit of a pickle. Indeed, I said. Naturally. Harry and I chorused. He was also hovering in the air with Ron, 5 feet from where they was standing. We lolled, while the Weasleys looked on in bemusement. Yo, I said to Fred. Let me down. Nope, he grinned. Ah, come on, I groaned. We all looked at each other awkwardly for the next 5 minutes. Then I said, Wingardium Leviosa. And Fred rose into the air too. Then we all stared at each other awkwardly again. For 10 minutes this went on, all of us awkwardly hovering in the air. Then Percy opened the door of his dormitory, strode out to the landing above George and I, and dropped his stack of books. What on earth? He stammered. Then the effects of the spells conveniently wore off at that point, so we all thudded to the ground. We all stared at each other. Percy staring down at us all with a bemused expression, us all staring back with faces like we did this all the time. This generation of wizards is screwed. Percy muttered as he wandered back into his room without picking up his books. Oh. Percy swore. We all screamed. Percy cursed, then axioed his books into his dormitory and slammed the door. Well, that was most certainly eventful, I said, hanging over the railing at the edge of the landing and looking down at Harry and Ron on the landing below, and Fred on the common room floor. Indeed, Harry said. Naturally. Chapter 17 Old Nicky and the Ball. The morning after everyone who had went home for the holidays came back, there was a large notice on the Gryffindor notice board. It said, "There is to be a school ball on the 16th of January. Dress robes are to be worn, all years can attend, and it is not compulsory to attend, though we recommend that you do. Every 2 years, this ball will take place on the same date." Everyone was chattering excitedly amongst themselves. Lavender and Parvati danced up to me. "Who do you think's Vendor?" squealed. "I know," Parvati said slyly. "Ronald, or Terry Boot, or that Slytherin, Malfoy." I stared at her, wide-eyed. Okay, Ron I could understand. But Terry, Draco, they didn't like me, we were only friends, right? And no, Parv, I don't think so. I stuttered, but Parvati and Lavender gave me sly smirks and sauntered off through the portrait hole. Harry came up to me. "I'm not going," he announced. "I can't dance." "Oh, you so are. I'll teach you. It's easy." "Really?" Hermione said, who had sneaked up behind us. Hermione began to show him what to do, while I climbed through the portrait hole and wandered down to the Great Hall absently. It seemed like all the houses had got the notice, because there was a sort of lively buzzing going on, with people from the different houses flitting back and forth. Occasionally a burst of giggles would break out. And less occasionally, a group of students would break out in cheers and clap, while a girl and a boy stood in the middle, blushing, as if one of them had just asked the other to the ball. I nervously made my way to the Gryffindor table, because quite a few people were eyeing me up. About a quarter of the Gryffindor boys, all the first-year boys from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. And a couple more from the second, third, and even fourth years from the other houses were doing it. But only one from Slytherin was looking at me as if he wanted to ask me to the ball. My dragon. He got up, and started to causily walk, but I could see that he was nervous. He kept rubbing his nose and running his hands through his hair, and his normally pale face had gone a little pink from the Slytherin table to the Gryffindor table. But Terry beat him to it. He stood up from the Ravenclaw table and stood beside me. "Daisy Lily Potter," he said, "will you go to the ball with me?" I immediately went pink. This was happening. He was asking me to the ball. Sure. Then I glared at my group, daring them, just daring them, to cheer and make a scene. Suzanne and Shannon didn't dare, but sat grinning at me. Amy, Fred, and George catcalled and clapped, though, and I got out my wand. Now, Fred said, eyeing it apprehensively. "Just a bit of fun." "Oh really?" I raised my wand. No, George yelled. "I'm sorry. Forgive me," Amy shrieked. I grinned evilly, and they cowered. "JK," I said, and pocketed it. They all sighed in relief. I looked over at Draco. He was staring at us in dismay. Then he muttered something to himself, shot a weak smile at me, and walked out the double doors. Terry grinned at me. "Tell me the color of your dress robes when you get them, okay?" "Yup," I said, popping the P. He studied my face for a second, before a familiar smile appeared on his face, and he strode out the double doors as well. That smile was the same smile that Lavender and Parvati had on in the common room. A sly, triumphant smirk. Weird. So, George nudged me playfully. "You and Terry, as friends, OBVS. I rolled my eyes, but something in me was screaming at me that it was otherwise. And something else was nagging at my mind. An uneasy feeling about that smirk Terry had on when he left the Great Hall. Why did he leave so soon? But wait, it was right after Draco left. "Oh, I don't think so." Fred smirked. Seconded. Amy smirked too. Thirded. Shannon grinned. Fourthed. Suzanne spluttered, and everyone laughed. But I still felt really uneasy. "Guys, I have to go," I said, darting upwards from the table. "Snog Terry." Fred sniggered. I shot him the death glare. You've done it now, Fred. George sniggered. Alart ascendere. I shrieked, and Fred shot right up into the air. Engorgio. I then yelled, pointing my wand at a certain part of his anatomy, which immediately began to swell in size. Fred thumped to the ground as giggles rang out across the great hall. I strode out the double doors. I searched the corridors, taking shortcuts, and eventually I found Draco, heading Tower. RDS the entrance hall, which was strange, because he'd just come from the entrance hall, and the dungeons lead off from it. What was he doing up here? He looked incredibly shaken. Are you okay, Dragon? I asked anxiously. Why yeah, he stammered, running a hand through his hair. What did Terry say to you? I asked, on a hunch. Nothing, Draco said. Nothing at all, Daze. I stared at him. He stared back, but he was giving me a face scan. He leaned in slightly, then drew back, shook his head, and said, I only want you to be happy, Daisy. Then he turned and hurried away. I stared at the spot where he had been a moment ago. That was weird, I muttered to myself. I practically sprinted up to the Ravenclaw door. Terry was there, thinking over a riddle. Terry, I said, what did you say to Draco? He turned to me, the picture of calm. Nothing. Daze, why? He asked nonchalantly. I sighed. Well, bye. Terry grinned at me. Bye. I turned and walked away, while behind me, Terry said, 4. And the eagle door knocker said, right you are. Back in the common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione came through the portrait hole. Daisy, Ron asked, playing with the bottom of his school jumper. Will you go to the ball with me? Sorry, Ron, I said. Terry already asked me. Harry yelped, what? While Hermione grinned. Ron's face fell, and he muttered something I couldn't hear, but Harry evidently did. If you say one more thing like that about my sister, Harry growled, I will kill you. What did he say? I asked curiously, smirking slightly. He said, Harry said, spluttering with anger. He said, damn, I was hoping that I could snog her after the ball. Sorry, Ron, but that's not happening. I said, I friend-zoned you, remember? Harry, mate, Ron pleaded. But Harry wasn't talking to him. It was Quidditch practice. It was really wet and muddy, but Lewis had worked up the courage to ask Kurt to the ball earlier on, and he said yes, so I was really happy. The Weasley twins and I were dive-bombing each other, and pretending to fall off our brooms, when Oliver yelled, will you stop messing around? That's exactly the sort of thing that'll lose us the match. Snape's refereeing this time, and he'll be looking for any excuse to knock points off. Gryffindor. George actually fell off his broom at these words. The words kept swirling round and round in my mind. Snape's refereeing. ... Snape's refereeing. Then the ground rushed up to meet me as several voices yelled all at once. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital wing. Again. You know, you're going to beat your father's record of being in here at the rate you're going. Madame Pomfrey said as I woke up and blearily looked around. All right, off you go. And the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who had been gathered around my bed, accompanied me up to Gryffindor Tower. It's all right, I'll make sure Snape doesn't touch you, Harry said with a fierce look on his face. At these words, I saw myself go pale in the reflection in one of the windows, and my knees buckled. Oh, Harry, Fred said reproachfully as George swept me up into his arms bridal style. Then Neville came hopping around the corner. His legs were stuck together by the leg locker curse. I raised my wand and performed the counter curse while horizontal. It worked quite well, considering I was draped limply across someone's arms. And Neville's legs sprang apart. Thanks, he gasped. What happened to you? Never mind that, what happened to you? I asked. Malfoy, Neville said shakily. I met him outside the library. He said he'd been looking for someone to practice that on. What? I said sharply. Malfoy. He nodded. Which one? Draco. You've got to stand up to him. I said through gritted teeth. He really is used to walking all over people. I drew in a deep breath, but that's no reason to lie down in front of him and make it easier. There's no need to tell me I'm not brave enough to be in Gryffindor. Malfoy's already done that, Neville choked. That's it, I said. George, put me down. Bud. Now, Gred, please. He set me gently on my feet. Thanks, I said, and took off to the library. Malfoy, I shrieked, seeing him leaving the library with that friend of his, Blaise Zabini. They both stopped in their tracks. You cursed Neville, and you told him that He's not brave enough to be in Gryffindor. How could you? I howled at him. Daisy. I'm sorry, Draco stuttered. You filthy half-blood, Everett Statham, Zabini yelled, and I was thrown back by the spell, into the wall. Blaise. No, Draco said, shocked. Petrificus totalis. Zabini smirked, and I went rigid. I couldn't move. Zabini, Draco yelled, and he shoved Zabini to the floor. She's my friend. Stop. She's a Gryffindor. A filthy Gryffindor. Zabini exclaimed. Why are you even standing up for her? Draco punched him in the face. Don't call her filthy, he growled. I thought you were better than this, Draco. Zabini panted mockingly. Shut up. Draco sneered, and performed the counter curse on me. I sprang up. Zabini, maybe you should consider the strength of your opponents before you attack them. I sneered. You've done it now, Blaise. Draco laughed coldly. Yep, just watch your back, I've got somewhere to be. I sauntered off down the corridor. And Draco, don't ever hurt and insult my fellow Gryffindors again. You're going to need a bodyguard, Blaise. I heard Draco say to him as I turned the corner. Oh, yes he was. When I returned to the common room, my friend group milled around me. Daisy, you're hurt, Harry gasped. You're bleeding, Ron said. The back of my head was bleeding from where it had hit the wall. Don't talk to her, Weasley, Harry said coldly. I sniggered. But you are, Hermione said. Which person did you duel? Fred asked. Which Slytherin did you duel? George asked. This is all my fault. Neville wailed. If I hadn't told her who cursed me. Quote. You think it was Malfoy. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, and George all chorused. But he loves her. No, he doesn't, I said. We're just friends. Right, Harry said, looking disgruntled. Totally. But who? Fred asked. It wasn't Malfoy, was it? George said shrewdly. Nope, I said. Blaise Zabini. I told them all about what happened, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione GGED me off to tell me that they'd found Nicholas Flamel. He was the 665-year-old maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Wow, I said. Old Nicky is very old. The next Saturday, we battled Hufflepuff in Quidditch. While Snape was refereeing, Dumbledore was there too, and Snape couldn't do anything to me. And we won. Gryffindor were still all chattering that night as it was the night of the ball about how I caught the snitch. Apparently it was the fastest capture they had all ever seen, as it only took 5 minutes for me to find it. Lavender, Parvati, Hermione, and D.I. all gathered upstairs in our dormitory. Harry had awkwardly asked Hermione to the ball, Ron asked Parvati, Fred asked Amy, George asked Shannon, and Neville asked Suzanne. Lavender was going with Seamus. Half an hour later, and we were all sweeping down the marble staircase to the entrance hall. I was wearing a dark purple ball gown dress with a matching cloak and flats. I wasn't wearing any makeup, as I never wear it anyway. #love yourself and accept your flaws even though I don't the Venilol and, by a miracle that Hermione had lent me, a potion to make your hair go flat, my hair was straight and flowing down my back. I met Terry in the entrance hall. You look stunning, he gasped, looking me over with his eyes practically popping. I sniggered, as Ron was looking over at Terry and me jealously. I saw Draco in black dress robes, leaning against the wall, with no date. Then he looked straight at me. Our eyes connected, and his widened. I winked flirtatiously at him, then Terry led me into the great hall, where the 4 longhouse tables had been taken away, and a dance floor had been put in their place, with heaps of little tables on the edges. You look gorgeous, sis. Harry greeted me. Same to you, bro. I replied. Terry and I danced to a slow song. The popular wizarding band, the Weird Sisters, were playing in the corner. As we danced, we looked into each other's eyes. Before I knew it, the song was over. Another one was starting, and someone was tapping my shoulder. Can I have this dance? A Gryffindor asked me. Sure, I said. Hours later, and I was sitting giggling with Fred, George, and Terry. I had danced with nearly every boy in Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Terry, the twins, and I were drinking the punch, which I suspected was spiked. Look at him. He looks like, I faltered, as I tried to think of what the guy the first was pointing at looked like. A hippogriff. At this, us four fell about laughing. Oh, Daisy, you're so funny. Terry cried. I think he looks more like a Kelpie. Fred declared. But, I spluttered. Kelpies can take any shape. We all fell about laughing again. I'm a piss myself, George announced, and we all started to cry with laughter. I hope not, I heard Hermione say. Then she performed the anti-drunk charm on us, and I felt the effects of the alcohol fall away. Daisy, may I have this dance? A drawling voice reached my ears. Draco. Yeah. I stood up, and Draco led me to the dance floor. He put his hands on my waist, and I put mine on his shoulders. I kinda have to strain to put my hands on your shoulders. And you're having to bend to put yours on my waist, so this is kinda awkward. I announced. Midget. Draco sniggered. Shut up, dragon, it's not my fault you're so tall. We bantered on like this for the rest of the dance, not taking our eyes off each other. It was just so easy talking to Draco. It was just like talking to Harry, my brother, only less protective. Well, for all I knew, he could be protective, couldn't he? But this was a dance, what was there to protect somebody from? I knew the answer soon after the dance ended. Chapter 18 Anime Guy. When we finished our awkward dancing, I headed towards the gardens that had been set up in the grounds. Back in a tick, guys, I called over my shoulder. Just getting some air. I made a beeline towards a bench beside the wall. A firework display was coming up in half an hour. I slouched down on the seat. I had danced with both Draco and Terry tonight. Now the big question. Who do I like the most? I was pretty sure I knew the answer. It was. Someone thumped down beside me. Ron. Hello, Ron, I said, looking out over the trees. Hi, Ron sighed. Listen, Daisy, I don't know about you, but I really like you. I'd maybe go as far as to say I love you. Oh, Ron, I'm sorry, but... Ron suddenly got up, grabbing my arm and pulling me up too. He pushed me up against the wall and... Hey you, a voice shouted. Someone crashed into Ron and sent him flying. And I slid down the wall. Draco was standing over Ron, who was sprawled on the ground, both of them glaring at each other. Harry, Terry, Fred, George, and Hermione rushed over to us. Daisy. Harry seethed. Did he, kiss you? Nah. I shook my head. My dragon intervened. Draco's cheeks went pink at the mention of my dragon. I'm still going to kill him. Harry growled. He stalked over to Ron, pulled him up, and punched him right in the face. Ron stumbled back, clutching his nose. Oi, Fred said, once more, and that's it. Ron deserves a few punches, but not too many. Thanks. You're such a good big brother. Ron said thickly. Harry swung again, but Terry darted forwards at the same time as Draco also swung his fist back, and Ron got a triple punch in the face. Oh, baby, a triple, I screamed. Oh yeah. Everyone looked at me weirdly, except for Harry and Hermione, who burst out laughing. Just look up. Oh baby, a triple, XD. Oh, and one more for luck. I beamed, striding forwards, and socking Ron in the stomach. Oof, he grunted, falling over. I laughed. That's what you get for trying to snog me. I cried, because it's simply impossible. I have standards. Then I felt bad, so I said, just joking. Everyone else Laho said, sorry, Daisy. I don't really know what came over me there. I'll never do it again. Will you forgive me? Sure, I said, but I don't think Harry will be too willing to forgive. I glanced over at my brother, who was still seething. Lol. Half an hour later, and us 8 were standing amidst the other students. Watching the fireworks, I felt someone's arm slide around my waist and draw me closer to them. It was Draco, but he was still watching the fireworks and looked as if he wasn't even aware he was doing it. I leant my head against his shoulder, not aware that I was doing that either. The next day, Fred, George, Terry, and I met up in the unused girls' toilets, Moaning Myrtle's ones. I was looking around nervously for her. Let's just say her and I don't get along very well. So, Terry said, us, The rebels of the school are going to become animagi. Yup, George said. It'll be fun, and essential for pranking even further. He grinned. How? I asked. By consulting the map, of course. Fred said. Oh yes, the map knows everything. I nodded. But do you really think it would know how to become animagi? Terry asked doubtfully. You can ask it anything about law breaking, Fred said smugly. And it would know, George finished. Technically, it is law breaking. Since we haven't got the Ministry of Magic's permission. I noted. So, good thinking. Fred tapped the map with his wand. Marauders, how do you become an animagus? Words began to appear on the parchment again. Mr. Wormtail would like to say that he isn't exactly surprised that Fred Weasley hasn't figured it out, since he is quite the dunderhead. Terry and I stifled giggles. Mr. Mooney would like to add that even Terry Boot would have found it by now. Found what? We all whispered in unison, except for Terry, who crossed his arms and looked huffily at the map. Mr. Padfoot would like to register his disappointment that a mischief maker such as the Weasley boy has not found it yet. We all stared eagerly at the parchment. Mr. Prongs bids you good day, and advises you to check the confiscated and highly dangerous drawer in Mr. Filch's office, though has doubts that such a dumb person would find it. We all stared excitedly at each other. Let's go, I jumped up and said. We all sneaked down to Filch's office. I put my ear to the door. I could hear cluttering going on inside. He's in there, I mouthed to the others. They nodded grimly. Distraction time, Fred mouthed back at me. 15 minutes later, and we were in, having set off a dozen dung bombs all over the school. I whipped open the drawer, and rifled through all the things. Boxes full of substances, glass jars full of dangerous potions, self-destructing fireworks with a dormant charm on them, exploding snap packs jinxed out of control, and a book. Nice, self-destructing fireworks. Terry picked them up. I'm taking them. Fred and George were pocketing all the glass jars, boxes, and exploding snap packs. I picked up the book. It was a very small book, with only a few handwritten pages inside. The handwriting was in 4 different fonts. Though, I had a feeling I knew what it was. Quick, out, I hissed, and we all darted out. We arrived in the toilets again. I opened up the book, and the boys crowded around me. We began to read, How to Become Animagi. This is the Marauder's Guide to Becoming Animagi, because we're all becoming animagi ourselves, apart from me, of course, I'm a werewolf. Awoo. Mooney. Shut up, Mooney, I'm taking over. Alright, so we thought that we'd keep a record so that we could give this to our children when we're older, so we'd not be technically telling them to become animagi, just hinting, UKN. Prongs. You're rambling too much. Alright, we made a potion, in fact, lots of it, that you take to become an animagus. One person only needs to take 1/4 of the potion. Here's how to make the potion. Then there was a lot of ingredients and instructions on how to make the potion, but the thing was, we didn't have half the ingredients. Wormtail. And now, for the fabulous me. Just take the potion, and wait for exactly 5 minutes. Then you will start to feel yourself shrinking, or growing bigger, or something due to the animal you're turning into. Oh, and by the way, you don't get to choose the animal you turn into an animal depending on your personality. Anyway, you concentrate on that feeling, get used to it, and bam. You're the animal. Then there's the tricky part. You remember the feeling you got turning into your animal. Concentrate on it, then you're back as yourself again. Repeat process whenever you want to change. After a while, it'll be second nature. Padfoot. Adios, amigos, or animagi, whatever XD, or even our children. Bye-bye, kids. Remember, we did not tell you to become a legal animagi, you were tempted by this book. Authors, Mooney aka Remus Lupin, Wormtail aka Peter Pettigrew, Prongs aka James Potter, and Padfoot aka Sirius Black. I sat there, staring at the tiny book. James Potter, James Potter, James Potter. Prongs was my dad. Wow, Fred said softly. Your dad was awesome. Yeah, George agreed. Oh, it's alright. He was an amazing guy, and he even let us know how to become animagi. And he helped create the Marauder's map. Terry said, putting an arm around me as I stared at the words, bye, kids. The Marauder's map, I gasped. I grabbed it from Fred, and tapped the map, saying, Prongs. You're my dad. Mr. Wormtail would like to say hello to this rather odd child of Mr. Prongs. Mr. Mooney would like to register his astonishment that this kid lasted long enough to come across that information. Considering her size. Hey, I'm not that small, I said half-heartedly. Mr. Padfoot would like to register his glee that Mr. Prongs has a child, and that he is going to terrorize her when he meets her, to get revenge for what Mr. Prongs did to him in 3rd year. There was a pause in the parchment writing. Then, Mr. Prongs would like to say that he is very PR. Ood that he has a daughter as beautiful as her. I smiled, tears dripping from my face. You keep it, Fred said, pressing the parchment to my chest. It's your dad. Thanks. I nodded. I wiped my face with a handkerchief, then stood up. I'm fine. Well, do you think any of these potions are animagus potions? Fred, George, and Terry looked at me like they were sure that I wasn't okay, but began sorting through them. Here, Terry cried, holding up a glass jar with a light blue liquid in it. It had a label on the side, saying, Animagus potion. Well, that was easy. George said. Terry uncorked it, then drank a quarter of the potion. He passed it to me, then I passed it to Fred, who passed it to George. We waited for 5 minutes. Then, Terry began to shrink. He grew fluffy fur and his ears began to extend and thin. A few seconds later, he was a curly-haired rabbit. A small one. I was definitely going to be bigger than him. Well, that's your distinguishable feature. I laughed. Your curly hair. The rabbit made an indistinguishable noise. Then I felt myself begin to shrink, and felt my legs and arms becoming nearly the same length, my ears becoming more floppy. And I saw myself in the mirrors. I was a Shih Tzu puppy. A really cute one at that. Picture of Daisy's animagus form in the comments. Just follow the link. And I still had the lightning-shaped scar on my forehead. Now Terry was bigger than me again. Damn. Then Fred began to change, until he became a red squirrel. Then George became one too. We were animagi. Chapter 19 Dragons. We went down to Hagrid's, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I. Terry, Fred, George and I had managed to get back to ourselves before darting up to the common room, whispering excitedly about what we had just done. We met Lewis and Kurt on the way. They had got together after the ball, and they were so cute together. We were going to prank so many people with our animagi-ness. I was telling Harry, Ron, and Hermione about my Shih Tzu form. You became a legal animagi, Hermione exclaimed. Keep yon. Ron hissed, looking at me in awe. How do you manage that? I told them about our adventure. Then I remembered. Ron, Hermione, you go on in. I need to talk to Harry for a moment. Ron and Hermione slipped into Hagrid's, shooting us curious looks. Harry, I took a deep breath. You know the map I was telling you about. The Marauder's map. Yeah. He looked at me. Well, Prongs was our father. What? He yelped. How? Here. I took out the book from my pocket and handed it to him. He started to read. When he finished, he looked up at me. This is impossible, he said hollowly. I know. I nodded. I know. When we got into the hut, I immediately noticed that it was warm. Very warm. Hagrid, can you open the window, please? What is that? I exclaimed, seeing a large black egg sitting over the fire. That's. Hagrid stuttered. A dragon's egg, Hermione exclaimed. Where do you get it? Ron asked, amazed. How are you even going to look after it? Harry looked around the hut. What are you going to do with it? I asked. Kids. Hagrid held up his hands. I don't really know. We all looked wide-eyed at each other. The next morning, I came down to the Great Hall to see Harry, Ron, and Hermione whispering, then stopping. What is it? I whispered, nudging into the small group. The egg's hatching, Harry told me, showing me a note which Hagrid had sent to us. Malfoy just heard us. Draco was walking away towards the double doors, smirking. We went over to Hagrid's at morning break. The egg was cracking open, and just we stepped in, a small, black, crumpled, umbrella tumbled out. Wait. It was the dragon. Its wings were way bigger than its tiny body. It sneezed, and tiny sparks shot out from its nostrils. We all stared at each other. What are we going to do? I sent to Harry. He just looked back at me with wide eyes. I was hanging out with Terry when Harry came tearing towards me. Daisy, he panted, flopping down onto the steps of the front of the castle beside me. Malfoy saw the dragon. He went on to tell me about his and Ron's visit to Hagrid's. Hermione was studying for our exams. They were looking at the dragon when Hagrid saw someone at the window. Harry looked out and saw Draco running up towards the school. If he says anything, Terry growled. He won't, I said doubtfully. There was a rather foreboding smirk on Draco's face for the next week. I tried to get him alone to tell him that I was in on this too, and he would be getting me into trouble too if he said anything, because that would be the thing that would persuade him not to say anything. He obviously hadn't seen me inside the hut when he saw the dragon, so he just thought that he was only getting Ron, Hagrid, and my brother into trouble. But he never seemed to be alone. One evening at Hagrid's hut, Harry suggested that Hagrid send the dragon, which he had named Norbert, to Ron's brother Charlie. Then Norbert bit Ron, and he had to go to the hospital wing. Charlie sent Ron a letter saying he would be glad to take the dragon, and to meet his friends at the top of the astronomy tower at midnight on Saturday. But there was a catch. Ron had hidden the letter in one of his books. And he looked terrible. It's not just my hand, he whispered when we visited him. Although that feels like it's about to fall off. Malfoy told Madame Pomfrey he wanted to borrow one of my books so he could come and have a good laugh at me. He kept threatening to tell her Hat really bit me. I've told her it was a dog, but I don't think she believes me, and the book he took was the one I've kept. Charlie's letter in. He'll know when we're going to. But then Madame Pomfrey appeared and told us to clear out. There was nothing else to do but go forward with the plan. On Saturday at midnight, Harry and Hermione slipped down to Hagrid's hut to get Norbert. Peeves was playing tennis against the wall in the entrance hall. Hello, Peeves. I grinned at him. Oh, midnight wandering, is it? Peeves grinned back, his eyes glinting. Have a nice time. Call for me if you need to destroy anything. Oh, I will. I winked, before heading back up the marble staircase. Why wasn't I going with Harry and Hermione, you ask? Well, I was looking for Draco. He is obviously going to snitch on them. And what better time than the time they're transferring the dragon? I transformed into my animagus form and kept to the shadows. Everything seemed so much bigger when I was a puppy. Aha, there he was. I yipped at him. He jumped. What the hell? He murmured. A puppy. He crouched down and put his hand out. I trotted over to him and he scratched behind my ears. That was actually quite nice. That felt really good. I understand how dogs feel now when they get petted. He picked me up suddenly. I've got to get you down to Professor Snape, he said. You're obviously someone's escaped pet. Though, I wouldn't mind having you as a pet. You're quite cute, actually. I woofed at him. I was succeeding. Distracting Draco is actually quite easy. And he talks to animals even though he knows they can't understand him. Swoon. We arrived at the dungeons. Draco glanced down at me. I did my best puppy eyes at him, and he sighed. You're just so cute, he said, sitting down on the steps to the dungeons. He scratched behind my ears again, and I melted into his arms. I saw Harry and Hermione carrying a cage with Norbert in it silently up the marble staircase behind Draco. He didn't even notice. Harry and Hermione did the thumbs up to me. A few minutes later, Harry and Hermione appeared at the top of the marble staircase, signaling to me that Norbert was gone, and it was safe to go now. I yipped at Draco one last time, then leapt out of his arms, and darted to the marble staircase. Hey, wait, he called. I bounded up to Harry and Hermione, who had thrown the invisibility cloak over themselves. I nosed around until someone's hand scooped me up. It was Harry. They ran up the staircase, up to Gryffindor Tower. They said the password to the fat lady and collapsed into the common room. Harry patted my head. You're really cute, Daisy, you know that. I snuggled up to him. Though I did kinda miss Draco. The next day, I conveniently got Draco alone. Hagrid hasn't got the dragon anymore, I announced. He looked at me. You tried to snitch on us, didn't you? I said. Draco opened his mouth. No, I can prove it, I said. There was a puppy last night. How did you know? Draco looked creeped out. Guess, I said. Draco pondered. Then his eyes grew wide. Oh, you didn't. I nodded, smirking. Yup, I am a proud animagus. I knew you were badass, but... Draco looked impressed. Then he suddenly looked behind me. I whirled around. Felix Malfoy was standing just behind us. Draco was staring at Floppy with narrowed eyes. Floppy smirked and strode away. If he says anything, Draco seethed. Chapter 20 Detention and Ultimate Tag. Alright, you got the multiplying rabbits? Terry asked me. Yup, I replied. Right, no one's nearby. Fred said, consulting the map. Fire away. George grinned. I set the 3 pink rabbits on the ground, and tapped each with my wand. Immediately they started hopping around and multiplying by 2 every 10 seconds. We transformed into animagi form and darted off to different sections of the school to witness the hilarious event as it unfolded. Terry went to the entrance hall to prevent any bunnies from escaping out of the door. He was the odd one out, being the only rabbit with curly and dirty blonde fur. The 2 red squirrels lurked near the staircase area. The bunnies kept falling the stairs to their deaths. Every time they died, they were reincarnated and multiplied by 3, and this was absolutely hilarious. I just ran around the school. The teachers had now noticed the bunnies and were trying to vanish them. Every time they tried to vanish the rabbits, they multiplied by 4, and every time they tried to transfigure them, they grew to twice their size. I passed Floppy in the corridor, and he smir barked viciously at him, but it came out as an adorable woof if I do say so myself. He suddenly snatched me up. I whined. He took me all the way up to the astronomy tower, me squirming in his hands. And hung me over the edge. What if I dropped you? Floppy asked me, a smirk dominant on his face. I started squirming and whining more vigorously. He swung me tauntingly back and forth across the railing. Then he dropped me. In that second my heart stopped, and he caught me again. He was trying to torture me mentally. The asshole. I heard a voice shouting distantly, at the foot of the tower. Draco. He was shouting up at us. He looked angry, obviously. Then someone behind us said, "Hey." Terry and the twins were standing beside the spiral staircase. "Drop her," Terry commanded. "If you wish." "Not there," Terry said in a panic. "Put her on the ground." Fred growled. "Well, the ground's down there, isn't it?" Floppy grinned. I felt his fingers suddenly almost lose grip, and I yelped. "No," Fred yelled. "In front of us. There." George gestured at the ground in front of him, Fred, and Terry. "Who said I had to do what you say?" Floppy asked, holding me out further over the railing. Of course I knew he was joking around. He was 11. He wasn't going to kill anybody. But I took matters into my own hands. I did something both very brave and very stupid. I transformed out of my animagus form, Floppy then losing grip, me falling through the air. 3 cries split the air and one distant one from the ground. Then I managed to hook one of my arms around the railing. I was safe. For a second, then I lost grip. I dropped like a stone towards the ground. All I remember was that something clicked in my mind. All I remember was time. I dunno. Slowing down. Everything. The cries of my friends, the birds, the breeze brushing the leaves of the trees in the forbidden forest, the students walking below, Draco fainting. Wait, what? Seemed to slow down. I fell through the air softly, like a feather. I landed on the ground with barely a jolt. Draco was lying on the ground a few feet away, his face extremely pale. I felt the adrenaline pumping through my veins. What just happened there? I had done it myself. It was extraordinary. I was extraordinary. I picked Draco up. Time for me to carry someone for a change. I laughed. In the hospital wing, Terry and the twins eyed me in awe. How did you even? I'm so confused right now. That was amazing. That last one was Terry, his voice laced with admiration. I blushed, turning away towards Draco. He was still out. I mean, all we saw was you falling really quickly and then landing perfectly. Fred exclaimed. At that moment, Draco chose to wake up. Daisy. Is she alive? He gasped. Then he looked around and saw me. I waved awkwardly. He went white again and crumpled back onto the hospital bed. I facepalmed. Well, I've got to go. Homework to do, George grumbled. Same. Let's use Terry. He's a Ravenclaw, Fred said. Terry grumbled as they got up. I'm staying. I grinned, picking up one of Draco's hands and enclosing it in mine. I had really tiny hands, so everyone else's always looked huge compared to mine. Terry scowled at the ground and the twins smirked at me. I flipped them off. They walked to the door, but Professor McGonagall suddenly arrived in through the double doors. She strode over to us. Detention. All of you, she said, pointing to all of us in turn, including Draco. I know you did it. Then she swept out, not leaving me any tea. Ime to point out that Draco had no part in this. This'll be great banter. I sighed. Third person. Albus Dumbledore swirled the contents of the pensieve around, as Daisy Potter landed perfectly on the ground after falling from the astronomy tower. What does this mean, Headmaster? Severus Snape asked. If she's this, powerful. Something bad or good, Albus murmured. This is very curious. It all depends on her will of mind. Her will of mind. What does that mean? Albus looked up into the eyes of Severus. Which side her mind is more dominant on? If Lord Voldemort has got int over mind more than I had originally thought, then it all depends on her will of mind. Then, Severus said slowly, if the Dark Lord chooses to posses her, then we have no hope. No hope at all. Daisy, us five, all grinning like maniacs, met Argus Filch in the entrance hall for our detention. He hated me already. He glared at all of us. Terry, the twins, and I had named ourselves the Insurgents, Divergent, after deciding that we needed a group name like the Marauders. He took us out to Hagrid's hut, telling us how much he'd like to hang us by our ankles from his office ceiling. Hagrid came out of his hut and told us that we'd be hunting the Forbidden Forest for a unicorn that was losing a lot of blood. What? The Forbidden Forest? Draco stuttered. Ice. Fred, George, Terry, and I high-fived. Let's split up. Daisy and the twins, take that route there. Draco and Terry, you're with me. Send up green sparks with wand if ye find the unicorn, red sparks. If something goes wrong or if you're attacked. Terry and Draco didn't look too happy about that arrangement. Parvati and Lavender had told me that they thought the tension between them was because they were fighting over me. Apparently a so-called love triangle. I really don't think that there's a love triangle at Hogwarts. We set out on different paths. We walked along, whispering for a few minutes, then the twins fell back a bit. Something suddenly jumped on me. I shrieked and sent up red sparks, before realizing that it was just the damn twins. Fred fell off me, laughing. George tried to look innocent. But then he burst out laughing too. I glared at them both. You jerks. I laughed, shoving them. Then suddenly there was crashing in the undergrowth and Hagrid, Terry, and Draco appeared, panicked looks in their faces. Relief flooded Draco and Terry's when they saw us, but Hagrid looked exasperated. Right, twins, you're with me from now on. Hagrid said. Off ye go, ye three. You had me scared there. Terry gasped, throwing an arm around my shoulders. You had me absolutely terrified. Draco said, sliding an arm around my waist. They both glared at each other. It was hilarious. I was struggling not to laugh. Then I spotted it. Unicorn blood, lots of it. Here, guys, I said, spotting a dark, large shape at the end of a clearing. Then it moved. I could just make it out. Someone in a black cloak was bending over a unicorn carcass, drinking its blood. Drinking its blood. Draco yelled, twisting away and sprinting for the edge of the clearing. He tripped over a root sticking up from the ground. I ran to help him up. The figure heard us and turned around. I suddenly felt a stabbing pain on my forehead, my scar. I screamed, dropping to the ground, clutching my scar. Daisy, Daisy, Draco yelled. Then some wet substance seeped onto my fingers. I drew them away shakily. They were covered in blood. My scar, it was bleeding. How does that even work? Daisy, Terry screeched. Then I looked up. The cloaked figure was advancing towards us. The pain was intense, and was getting more intense by the second. I was submerging into a world of hazy blackness. Then I felt something moving in my mind. Something was spreading over it, taking over. No, I fought it back. I felt arms drawing around me protectively. I wanted to stand up, to fight. But my scar was stinging like mad. I wilted into the arms, whoever those belonged to. Then it was over. Terry had sent red sparks up, and Hagrid and the twins had come dashing into the clearing. Daisy! All three of them exclaimed in alarm. You're really pale, George hissed. And you're bleeding, Fred yelped. We managed to get back up to the school. The guy in the cloak had vanished. My clan took me to the hospital wing. And Dumbledore came in. How does your scar feel? Dumbledore asked me quietly. It stings. But it's okay now. When that figure was near me, it started to burn, and Ida's eyes widened slightly. And to me that was a bad sign. It's really difficult to surprise Dumbledore. Did you feel anything, in your mind? Yes, I said quietly, like something She was already and there was trying to take over the rest of my mind or something. What happened after that? Dumbledore inquired with a troubled look in his eyes. I fought it back. Thank you for your time, Daisy. Dumbledore stood up, smiled grimly at me, then swept out with a very troubled expression on his face. But I was pretty sure I saw some hope in his eyes when I said that last sentence. Time to play ultimate tag, I exclaimed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at me. Are you sure you're okay, Daisy? Hermione asked. I had confessed to them all that had happened last night. Harry was especially worried. Yep, I said brightly. I gathered Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, Lavender, Padma and Parvati, Neville, Lee, the twins, Terry, Draco, Shannon, Suzanne, Amy, Katie, Leanne, Lewis, and Kurt together with us. I explained to them the rules of ultimate tag. Use the fireplaces in the school with flow powder, run, and hide about the school. If you get tagged, you have to join the hunt. Last one hiding wins. We all split apart, Lee Jordan being the tagger. I hid near the library. In one of the rooms beside it, there was a fireplace. There was a bucket of flow powder beside it. I was hovering there, waiting for a tagger to come. Then Shannon burst through the door. She spotted me, an evil grin slowly spreading across her face. I screamed and darted for the powder. I grabbed some, threw it into the fireplace, and screeched, Gryffindor common room. I tumbled out of the fireplace, Shannon following a second later. I darted for the fireplace again and screeched, Ravenclaw common room. Then, when I arrived, I, quick as a flash, threw some more powder in and screamed, Hufflepuff common room. Then, Slytherin common room. I got out there and hid behind an armchair. All the Slytherins seemed to be in here. I darted up a spiral staircase without anyone noticing me. I met Draco on the way up. You're not tagged, are you? We both said simultaneously and anxiously. Well, I'm not, Draco said. Ditto, I said. Come on, Draco said, taking my hand and looking around nervously. They'll be onto us any second now. We ran all the way up to his dormitory. Here, Draco lead me over to a bed. It smelled very nice. It smelled like the forest. Beside the bed there was a fireplace. I picked up the flow powder, and said, Gryffindor first-year girls' dormitory. I arrived in my dormitory. Then Draco arrived a second later. We both sat down on my bed. Well, this is awkward, I said. You always make things awkward. Draco moved closer to me, drawing his arm around my waist. My hand went up to his hair. And that's a good thing, he whispered, coming ever closer. Chapter 21 More Important Things. Tag, Fred yelled, prodding Draco in the back. Wait, what are you two? Ooh, sorry. He backed away, smirking. Damn it, Fred had come in just before we were about to kiss. Oh well, maybe next time. Fred, what the hell? I huffed. I'm just gonna, go now, he said, fumbling for the door while walking backwards, smirking at me. Don't want to disturb your, precious moments. Maybe I should tell your brother while I'm at it, because he deserves to know. Don't you dare, I shrieked. We weren't doing anything, weasel Fred. Draco said, standing up and smoothing down his hair from where I messed it up when I ran my hands through it. Oh really? What were you two doing, then? Fred turned his smirk on him. Hugging. Yeah, hugging. Draco here has some, family issues, and I was, comforting him. I said awkwardly. Seems legit. I muttered to myself. Well, I have something to keep secret about you, and if you ever have something about me that is supposed to be a secret, then I have something against you. Fred grinned. You little blackmailer, I accused. You, Draco stuttered. And you, Fred added. I guess Harry won't be too happy, and he'll probably rip you to shreds, Draco. Godric, damn it, I huffed. Not again. Fred then burst out laughing. Mate, I'm joking, but seriously, if you get on my bad side, Draco. He tapped his head. Harry will know. Then he cackled and swept out of the room. That little shit, I muttered. Draco then seemed to realize something. He looked at me with an evil look in his eye. You're tagged, I screamed. I sprinted out of the room, down the staircase, and across the Gryffindor common room. The other Gryffindors looked around with weird looks on their faces as I hurtled past. I dived up to the boys' dormitories and into Harry and Ron's dorm. This room reminded me. I had an invisibility cloak. I whipped it out of my pocket, where I always keep it in case I need to make a quick getaway after one of my pranks. I threw it over me, and I huddled against the wall. Draco and Fred came in, walking around, peering under the beds, opening wardrobe drawers, looking behind curtains. I held my breath as Fred walked right past me. He was only half a foot away from me when he stopped. He looked around slowly. I suddenly got the huge urge to sneeze. No, not here, not here, Fred said. All clear, Draco said. They went out at the same time at which I sneezed. Yes, success. Did I mention that the winner of Ultimate Tag gets a trophy that I created? Draco supplied the gold, being the rich little darling that he is, and I magicked it, is that even a word? Into a trophy shape that's charmed so that when it is presented to the winner, the little person at the top changes shape so that it is basically a miniature version of the winner. He winner is either the last person to be caught, or the tagger who catches the last person before the first hour is up. I whipped the cloak off. It is kind of cheating, and I hid out in the boys' dorms for the rest of Ultimate Tag. I won. Now the little trophy sits on my beside table. We got through an entire week of exams. They were unbearably easy. It was effortless for me, who studied magic for the fun of it. Because it was so interesting. We had just finished the history of magic exam, and we had played a game called Catch. It's not what it sounds like. There are a team of catchers, who try to catch the other players. Like a game of tag, only when a player is caught, the catcher has to bring the player to a specified place where some other catchers guard. A player is only GHT when they're being touched by a catcher or in the specified place. That's why some catchers guard the place, to stop the players from escaping. If a player escapes, they are no longer caught, and the game only ends when all the players are in the place. It was quite fun. I was a catcher, and I caught about 10 people. I kept catching Fred and George, and it was hilarious because each time they either screamed, "Fuck, help," or, "Godric, damn it, Daisy, not again." A group of friends and I were chilling out in the grounds beside the lake, when Harry and Ron came tearing up to us. "The stone's in danger," Harry gasped. "We need to tell Dumbledore." "Dumbledore's not here," Terry spoke up. "How do you know?" Ron asked, surprised. "We're the insurgents. Of course we know. We know everything," I told him. "Well shit," Harry panted. "We're screwed. .. Later that night, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I agreed to go protect the stone, as Dumbledore being away would be the best time for the stone to be stolen. Draco had begged to go with us, but we refused. Too many people. We'd better put on the cloak here, and make sure it covers all 4 of us. If Filch spots one of our feet wandering along on its own, Harry began. "What are you doing?" A voice came from the corner of the room. Neville appeared from behind an armchair, clutching Trevor the Toad, who looked as though he'd been making another bid for freedom. "Nothing, Neville, nothing," I said sweetly, swiftly hiding the cloak behind my back. "Are you sneaking out again, Daisy?" He knew about halfgees, and he knew that on half of those that I got caught. "'Cause you're going to lose us even more house points." "I lose house points every day, Nev," I pointed out, "and besides, we're not doing anything." I looked into his eyes as I said it, and I felt something stirring in my mind. Something unfamiliar flickered in Neville's eyes. He stared at us. "All right," he said slowly. He turned and walked up the spiral staircase. Phew. I transformed into my animagus form and slipped under the cloak as we wouldn't all fit under it normally. We crept out of the portrait hole and made our way through corridors and down staircases. We passed Mrs. Norris, and I woofed at her. She yelled, darting away, and we scampered down several hallways and down a staircase. Daisy, Ron said, though he was shaking with laughter. We passed Peeves, who was loosening a carpet so that people would trip. Who's there? He said suddenly. No, you're there, even if I can't see you. Are you ghouly or ghosty or wee student beastie? Hi, Peeves. I grinned, transforming out of my animagus form and lifting a corner of the cloak up. Oh, hello, Daisy. He grinned, his wicked black eyes glinting. Mind your step. Hope your business goes well. I let the cloak drop again and stepped over the loosened carpet. We were almost there, so no need to transform again. We all made our way to the third-floor corridor, then. What the? Draco. Terry. I hissed. What are you doing? The two boys emerged out of the shadows, glaring at each other. They were exchanging, yo mama, insults like 7-year-olds. Daisy, I couldn't just let you go alone. Terry exclaimed. But, I spluttered, gesturing towards Harry, Ron, and Hermione. I wanted to go with you. Too. Draco broke off, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. How did you even get here without being seen? I asked, genuinely curious. Animagus form. Terry replied. I'm a Slytherin. It explains it all. Draco grinned, relieved at the change of topic. I sighed. Fine. The more the merrier. Now come on. We all crept into Fluffy's room, Hermione having done the Alahomara spell. Shit. We hadn't brought any musical instruments. Hagrid told us, accidentally, that Fluffy goes to sleep when you play musical instruments. A harp was lying to the side of the room, behind Fluffy. He must have shifted position when he was sleeping. So Snape was already here. Daisy, sing, Harry sent to me desperately. Fluffy was sweeping the room with his 6 eyes. He was almost upon us. But I sent back. You're the only one who can actually sing here, no offense to the others. Fine, I sent back hysterically as Fluffy saw us. Fine, it's been my pen. Since I was 10, we write the same things. We scribble the same scribbles, alright. I got it all, 'cause it is the one. We always have lots of black inked fun, alright. I know for sure everybody wanna steal my pen, everybody wanna take its ink away. Couple billion in the whole wide world. LD find another one 'cause it belongs to me, everybody wanna steal my pen, everybody wanna take its ink away. Couple billion in the whole wide world find another one 'cause it belongs to me, na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. It belongs to me writes like a river. Its crosses are so mean and every student stares. When it writes out my dream, alright. My essays don't exist if I don't have it. The teacher doesn't smile. My grades don't turn, alright. But I know for sure everybody wanna steal my pen, everybody wanna take its ink away. Couple billion in the whole wide world find another one 'cause it belongs to me, everybody wanna steal my pen, everybody wanna take its ink away. Couple billion in the whole wide world find another one 'cause it belongs to me, na 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 na. Na 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 na. It knows. That I've never broken it before, it knows. That I'm never gonna let another use its ink, now everybody wanna steal my pen. Everybody wanna take its ink away. Couple billion in the whole wide world find another one 'cause it belongs to me, everybody wanna steal my pen, everybody wanna take its ink away. Couple billion in the whole wide world find another one 'cause it belongs to me, na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. It belongs to me, na 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 na. The pens belong to me. Everyone had now jumped through the trapdoor. I leapt through it too. I fell through what felt like several stories of darkness, then landed on something soft. It's Devil's Snare, Hermione informed me, helping me across to a stone platform as she held bluebell flames in her hand, waving it at the plant that I landed on. That was bloody hilarious. Did you write it? Terry was pissing himself. Yeah, I nodded. It was about you, Ron, Dean, and Seamus, mostly. You always borrow my pens and never return them. Hermione extinguished the flames as we reached the stone. Hey, Ron said indignantly. I do return your pens, sometimes. He muttered the last word. We continued on to double doors. I pushed them, but they didn't budge. Locked. Things that Ked like little birds were fluttering around above us. But then I looked closer and saw that they were keys. I shouted, pointing up at them. There were 3 broomsticks propped up against the wall. Well, we'll just have to find the right one then. I said. Harry, Terry, and I hopped on brooms and took off. After a few minutes of aimlessly searching, I saw a key that was flying with a bent wing, as if someone had stuffed it roughly into the lock. Here, I called and dived towards it. It darted away from me. I gritted my teeth and swerved towards it again. It dived, and I dived too. I stretched out my arm, and I caught it. I flew to the ground and inserted it into the lock. It fitted. We all stepped through to the other room. It was a giant chess set. Looks like we'll have to play, Terry announced. There were several empty spaces. We all went and stood in each of them. Ron directed us and the chess pieces where to go, and the other side moved by themselves. We're nearly there, he muttered suddenly. Let me think. Let me think. ... Quote. The White Queen turned her blank face towards him. Yes, Ron said softly. It's the only way. I've got to be taken. No, Harry, Hermione, and I shouted. That's chess, Ron snapped. You've got to make some sacrifices. I'll make my move and she'll take me. That leaves you free to checkmate the king. Terry, but, do you want to stop Snape or not? Ron, look, if you don't hurry up, he'll already have the stone. There was nothing else for it. Ron stepped forward and the Queen smacked him around the head. He fell to the floor, unconscious. Hermione screamed but stayed on her square. The Queen dragged Ron to the side and Terry checkmated the king. We had won. Terry, you stay with Ron, I commanded, white-faced. He moved across to Ron without a word. We moved into the other room. There was a troll, knocked out. Glad we didn't have to face that again, Harry muttered. We moved into the next room. Immediately, a fire sprang up in the doorway behind us and in front of us. There was a table with several potions on it. There was also a bit of parchment. Hermione and Harry moved forwards to read it, but I stayed back, collecting my thoughts. It's all my fault. If I hadn't let Ron come with us, he wouldn't. Draco put an arm around my shoulders. Hey, he said softly, I know what you're thinking. It's not your fault. Whatever. I sighed. It's this one, Hermione declared, picking up a small bottle. But there's not enough for all of us. I spoke up, looking at the tiny bottle. Obviously the riddle was about which potion would lead us through the fire. Which one will take you back through that door? Harry asked her. She pointed at the bottle at the end. Take it, you two. He said. Go back to on and warn Dumbledore. Send an owl to him. But what if he's there? Draco asked, sounding panicked. We've beat him before, haven't we? I paid we can do it again. Hermione burst into tears and flung herself at me. Hermione, oh Daisy, you're the best witch I've ever met. She sobbed. Don't be silly. You're better at everything. Daisy, there are more important things than knowledge and good exam results. Like friendship and courage. I grinned. Then you would be as good a witch as I am. Hermione sobbed even harder at that. Take care, Harry. She sobbed at him. Be careful, okay, Draco told me as they each took a sip of the potion. Right, I nodded. They turned and walked through the fire. Harry and I each took a tiny sip of the potion, then walked through the other fire. Someone was standing inside the other room in front of the mirror of Arised. The mirror, but it wasn't Snape. It wasn't even Voldemort. It was Quirrell. You, I gasped. He turned around. Yes, me, he said calmly. Get away from that mirror. I said. The mirror must be hiding it in some way. No, Quirrell said. I ran forwards and stood in front of the mirror. Yes, maybe that would be wise. The girl could maybe get it. A rasping voice which was not Quirrell's said. Mirror me winked and held up a small red stone, the Philosopher's Stone, and put it in her pocket. At that same time I felt an extra weight in my pocket. The stone was inside it. What do you see, girl? Quirrell asked, coming up behind me. I see myself with the Quidditch World Cup. I lied. I won. Quirrell cursed and strode away. She lies. The voice said again. What? Quirrell turned towards me again. Do you have the stone, girl? The look on my face said it all. You do. Accio stone. The stone flew out of my pocket. But my seeker reflexes kicked in and I grabbed it. Give me the stone, Potter. Quirrell demanded. No, I replied, my voice strong. Then I felt something taking over my mind again. I felt myself slipping into oblivion. Harry, catch. I sent to Harry, and threw the stone to him. The thing that was taking over slipped away again. Harry caught it, and Quirrell came at me. He grabbed me and held me against him, jabbing his wand into my neck. Give me the stone, Potter, he panted, or she dies. Don't, I said. Harry looked desperately at us and stretched out his hand. Very good, Mr. Potter. Quirrell smiled. No, I burst out, and I directed my anger at him. He fell to the floor, writhing and screaming, but the thing was, I couldn't direct my powers at him without getting through myself first. I fell to the floor too, pain flowing like 1,000 electric shocks, boiling water, and ice through my body, but still managing to concentrate on Quirrell, and him still managing to hold on to me. I never knew that I could create this much pain. Power. Daisy. Harry cried, falling to his knees beside me. Harry. Go. Take the stone. To Dumbledore. All. Distract. No. Harry shouted, his eyes shining with tears. I won't let you torture yourself. Go. I screamed. Harry jumped up and tore for the doors, tears falling from his face. Kill him. The voice rasped. Kill him. Don't touch her. I need her. But Quirrell was still writhing in pain. He reached out and touched my arm, where my skin was bare, and the pain intensified. I could no longer hold on to the power. But Quirrell was still screaming in pain. Then I saw his hands crumbling to dust. My scar was suddenly searing, and so was my arm, but I wasn't crumbling to dust, only he was. Daisy. I heard Draco yell. Then no more. Epilogue. I lay in a white wonderland, drifting in and out of consciousness. Someone was talking. Wait, 2 people, but I couldn't make out who. The voices were very familiar. One was Harry's, and the other was Dumbledore's. They were talking about Quirrell. He was dead from the sound of it. The stone was destroyed. Nicholas and his wife would die. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Harry and I technically killed Quirrell, but apparently it was Mum's protection that she gave us that saved us. Just as they finished talking, Misters Fred and George Weasley and Terry Boot tried sending you to a lavatory seat. No doubt they thought it would amuse you both. I lost consciousness again, this time for real. I woke up. No one else was in the hospital wing, apart from 2 people. 2 parents. 2 people that looked eerily like me. Lily and James Potter were standing by my hospital bed. Distressed. They were whispering anxiously, but when they saw that I was awake, they looked down at me, smiling. Ah, my wonderful daughter is awake. Have a nice time with you-know-who. Dad grinned down at me, reaching out a hand and stroking my hair. Got rid of him, did you? That's my girl, James. Mum glared at Dad, then took my hand. Sweetheart, you have no idea how relieved I am that you're okay. Tears started making their way down her face. Oh, Lily. Dad looked distressed again and ruffled her red hair. She's all right now. Look at her, my awesome daughter. She can do anything. I mean, did you see her at that Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin? She's just like her old pops, totally amazing. He kissed the top of my head. Now I see where I've got my big head from, Dad. I joked. Lily stopped crying and laughed. James straightened up and pretended to look offended. Hey, I'm the illegal animagus here. I am too, Dad. I grinned at him. I'm a puppy. What are you? Dad blinked. I'm a stag. So you found our old book, then? Yep. Oh, no, we wrote that a very long time ago. Dad's eyes were wide. Please, don't say you read anything embarrassing. It's all right, I didn't. I laughed. Mum stared at us both. James, you're not supposed to encourage our children into illegality. But I could see there was an amused look in her eye. We all stared at each other for a second, then burst out laughing. James hugged me, then Lily did too. We've got to go soon, but someone's supposed to be here, James exclaimed, glancing at a weird-looking watch on his wrist. Then Harry burst through the double doors at the end of the hospital wing. Mum, Dad, he dashed over to us. The three of them stood at my bed, smiling at me as they started crying silently again, even Harry. I got off the bed and we all group hugged. Why isn't she waking up yet? I woke up days ago. A distant voice sounded. Bye, Daisy. Harry grinned. See you very, very soon. Goodbye, my sweet darling. Lily, my mother, whispered, smiling sadly at me. See you later, my little prankster. James, my father, whispered, smiling longingly at me. You've made me proud. Wait, don't go. I cried as they faded out of sight and I was submerged in darkness for a second. What if she's in a coma? Another panicked voice sounded in the distance. Then I properly woke up, tears making tracks down my face. Daisy. Several voices all yelled at once. I winced, and they all chorused, sorry. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Draco, Terry, the twins, Lee, Amy, Suzanne, and Shannon were standing around my bed. You're awake. Oh thank goodness, Hermione babbled. I thought you were never gonna wake up. Terry exclaimed. I thought my sister was gone. Harry said, a single happy tear leaking out of his eye. Ron stuttered. We didn't even feel in the mood for pranking when you were out, Daisy. Fred, George, and Lee chorused. It was so dull without you, Daisy. Amy cried. We were so worried. Suzanne and Shannon sobbed. I thought I'd lost you. Draco said quietly. Thanks guys. I smiled at them, but I'm okay now. Why are you crying? Harry asked me quietly. The others all sensed that this was a moment and moved away to give us some privacy. I told Harry about what I had seen in my dream. I just want them back, Harry. I sobbed. I just want to meet them, and be their daughter, be a proper family. I understand completely, Harry said, hugging me fiercely. I think those thoughts all the damn time. I love you, Harry. I said softly. I love you too, siblings forever, yeah. As we all trooped down for the evening, Terry told me that Ravenclaw had beaten Gryffindor thoroughly without Harry and me. I didn't speak to him or Amy the rest of the evening. Harry showed me a photo album of our parents from before they died that Hagrid had given us. He told me that I could keep it for the night, at which I cried for a few minutes at. Madame Pomfrey came down at the last minute before we were about to go into the hall, and told us and Harry not to do anything strenuous and stuff. The others had all went ahead, so we were now the last people to enter the Great Hall. As we entered, side by side, everyone looked up and immediately started whispering. People were even standing up to look at us. We dropped into our seats alongside Ron and Hermione and I grinned as we slung our arms around each other. Slytherin banners were up everywhere. They had won the House Cup. Dumbledore stood up. Another year gone. And he went on to tell us of the house points and where we all stood. Gryffindor was last probably because I helped dock some of the points with my pranking, oops. However, recent events must be taken into account. The Slytherin's smiles faded a little. First, for loyalty and determination not to give up on their friends and to stand by and protect whom they love. 50 points each for Terry Boot and Draco Malfoy. Slytherin and Ravenclaw cheered. Terry and Draco looked around at me, cheeks pink, grinning shyly. Second, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has ever seen. 50 points for Ronald Weasley. Gryffindor stood up and cheered. I cheered the loudest to embarrass Ron, whose ears were flaming red. Third, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire. I award Hermione Granger 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her robes. I got the impression that she was sobbing. Fourth, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Mr. Harry Potter 60 points. Gryffindor was beside itself. And last, for Miss Daisy Potter. The hall went deadly silent. For amazing determination and stubbornness, extraordinary courage, and her willingness to sacrifice herself if she were to save others. I award Gryffindor House 70 points. The hall exploded. We were now in the lead. I looked around, my cheeks pink, but proud, grinning. I couldn't help it. I guess I really was as fat-headed as my father. I think we need a little change in decoration." Dumbledore waved his wand and the green and silver drapes turned to red and gold. And the big silver serpent changed to a big golden lion. The last day was mayhem. The teachers gave out notes warning us not to use magic over the holidays. I always hope they'll forget to give us these," Fred said sadly, and the twins and I caused chaos in Gryffindor Tower, nicking people's things and hiding them all over the place. Then we were aboard the Hogwarts Express on our way home, and before we knew it, back at platform 9 3/4. "Bye, Daisy. Tally-ho, Harry. See you, Potter. Still famous, I see." Ron grinned at us. Harry shrugged, still giving Ron the cold shoulder about the mirror of Arised and the ball thing. I laughed at him. We went through the barrier. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley were standing nervously near the exit. "Bye, twins." Hermione grinned, and hurried off to her parents. "Bye, Daisy." The twins and Terry chorused. "Goodbye, Amy." Suzanne and Shannon waved. "All right to you guys." Ron grinned and strode over to his mother and little sister, Ginny, who was standing on tiptoes to get a good look at us. "See you later, Daisy. I'll send an owl." Draco grinned shyly at me, scratching the back of his neck. "Draco," I said, "yeah, maybe get rid of the hair gel. It's not a great look." I advised him. He went pink, and I laughed. Then he started laughing too, and we were just standing there, laughing like idiots. "Come on, better go," Harry said, glaring at Draco. "Bye," I cried, and Draco lifted a hand in farewell, still smiling. We wandered over to our family. "Who was that, Daisy?" Dudley asked, grinning, as Aunt Petunia sobbed, hugging me. And Uncle Vernon slapped me on the back. "Your boyfriend." "Shut up." I glared at him, as we all walked outside, and Harry and Dudley high-fived. Though, honestly, something at the back of my mind wanted to say, yes. End of Book 1. Watch out for the second book. It's called Daisy Potter and the Heir of Slytherin. It'll be out shortly. Laughing face. Edit. It's out now.